towards the system of Furibundus, threading the needle of the maw. The lower deck crew of an Imperial frigate are mumbling to themselves, hushed voices echoing off metal walls. They each murmur their own opinions of their new jobs and new captain, the recently ordained rogue trader Clovis Llewellyn Smythe. Many are thankful to finally have escaped Captain Admiral Terragast's iron grasp, however just as many are wary of the strange throne agent. Conversations are cut short as the Oakhart family's now sole Coronis navigator's voice echoes through the Vox network. Arrival to Furibundus is roughly a half an hour away, and docking at the infamous void station of Footfall will occur within the hour. The crew of the lower decks disperse from their quiet musing, getting ready for the jump into real space. As they disperse... oh my god, my throat. I've been drinking too much water. As they disperse, an enforcer comes and taps the rogue trader on the shoulder. Sir, while taking in, well, full inventory of the cargo hold, we found some things that I think you and your trusted crew might want to come look at.
Very well. Which cargo hold do we have? That's, I assume you've moved them to a secure location out of sight of the menials and the rest of the crew?
Of course, sir.
Excellent. Discretion is advised. Considering Terragast's sloppiness, it's best to ensure that our operations do not go jeopardized. Already my integrity is questioned by the crew, and quite frankly, I can't have any of Terragast's legacy taint my new calling as rogue trader.
There's one item in particular that, it kind of looks and just kind of looks genuinely uncomfortable, is the best way to put it. Let's just say you might not want to touch it. We've already had one casualty. We don't need another.
Were they wearing gloves?
Yes, sir. The minute they picked it up, they went crazy. We had to shoot them.
Oh. That's fun. It's been a while since I've encountered an artifact capable of doing that to a human. Come, let us see.
Alrighty. So,
and be sure to bring my erstwhile seneschal, the Skitari Alpha, and the Tau Urizen.
I'm right
Gather
here,
the rest
Captain.
of my officers as well. He turns around and says, by your throne. Do you always hover over me like some sort of specter?
Well, I ain't got my own chair.
He looks down. I'm not sure you're capable of sitting down with those. Alright, take us to the cargo hold.
Alrighty. After, a couple minutes of quickly, briskly walking through the ship, you're brought to the cargo hold. A currently quarantined off section of the cargo hold, and as you walk over there, you do in fact see, what looks to be the results of a small scuffle being cleaned up. A corpse being thrown into a body bag that's currently, the corpse itself peppered with las gun and auto gunfire. Obviously, the minute the guy went mad, you're assuming that is the guy. They immediately shot. However, you do see them cleaning up the crime scene still. Blood splattered on the walls. There's a couple of marks from stray bullets that an AdMech is already inspecting. It's being taken care of, but you can see just walking by, yeah, there was definitely a, small shootout that occurred in the cargo hold itself. And you see that one item in particular, which I should mention is currently in a box, is currently placed very far away from everything else. However, there are 3 things that have been sectioned off that are not that thing that you can assume is what made the guy go crazy. There appears to be a very finely crafted Archaeotech helmet, a crate of some completely unidentifiable Xenos metal, and Gradius. 3 triangular-shaped bombs, not unlike the one that you took out of the engine the other day. These 3, as far as we know, other than the explosive properties, he kind of looks to the triangular, green obviously grenade-like objects. Instability of those ones. These ones don't seem to actively be harmful. That, on the other hand, he kind of points to the metal box. I would advise caution opening that.
Yeah, it's a shame. Were there a watch station in the Coronis Expanse, I would drop it off with my former associates of the Ordo Xenos, but alas, no such installation exists in the Expanse yet. And if I recall correctly, Lord Inquisitor Calcazar is off gallivanting who knows where. No inquisitorial support is not as easy as I thought it would be, but this is ridiculous. Alright, let's have a look at the helmet first. Get that
Alrighty.
out of the way.
Does anyone here have Forbidden Lore Archaeotech?
You? I
do.
do.
Yep.
I do.
Okay, both of you, please roll to identify what this could be. Basically, roll to inspect it.
That fails. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, Ron doesn't know.
Ron doesn't know.
Gradius, go.
Alrighty.
Guitari, don't fail me now.
53, so 1 degree of success.
Yeah, okay, so you've seen a fair bit of archaeotech here and there, especially among the Mechanicus. You've seen them researching items like this a lot of the time. Let me post what this looks like in the game general. This is roughly what the helmet looks like. As you're kind of inspecting it, you realize this metal is braced extremely well. As you kind of hold it in your hands, you feel it doesn't really want to be moved. Definitely not displaced. And you're thinking to yourself, if someone put this on, they'd probably be, to put it lightly, just because the helmet appears to have some pretty significant magnetization to it, able to keep their ground almost uncannily well. It probably aided in climbing, making sure you didn't fall just because of how well the thing anchors just even sitting in your hands. Mm-hmm. And maybe some, more acrobatic or dexterous movements as well.
Mm.
When wearing this helmet, the wearer gains a +10 to all climb and acrobatics tests.
Hell yeah. Holy shit.
Let me put the stats of this.
Lord Captain.
I see.
Upon analyzation, so equipment proves to be quite valuable for mountain climbers, or those traversing terrain vertically. For this, it also calculates best foot movements and tracking toward placement while climbing elevated positions. Would recommend skilled climber to use it.
I'm not much of a climber myself. I have other people to do that for me. But this is a rare curio worth maintaining at the time being. He looks toward.
Would you want this one to recite proper Mechanicus rituals?
Yes, maintain it with the proper tech litanies if needed.
I will say.
Understood.
Gradius, upon inspection as well, this thing has not... It probably has been rotting down here for at least a little bit, but it's still in amazing shape, and other than some minor scuffs that could probably be, ironed out by any competent tech priest, it looks to be in almost perfect condition, and as something from the dark age of technology, that's few and far between.
Mm-hmm. So, as I also recite, it's in pretty good condition. But I'm more, Gratis is more so concerned about the grenades he recognized, because he hasn't had the opportunity to speak to Clovis about the grenade he found in engineering.
Yes, this would be a good time to do so, because you definitely recognize, and upon looking at it, you know that the other one was secured as, evidence for a crime. So these are separate from those. They found these down here somewhere else. Where you're not sure, you'd have to ask the enforcer. However, yeah. Apparently the one in the engine room wasn't the only one on the ship, to put it lightly.
Lord Captain.
Radis, do you recognize these objects?
So this one certainly does. One was found within one of the engines. V and this assault and this unit disarmed it and filed it for evidence. Did you see the report?
I believe it crossed my desk, yes.
For recap, it was placed in there to potentially cause crucial damage to the assault to the ship. It was unclear of objective of saboteur. Went through various possibilities, still under investigation.
If a saboteur puts a bomb on the engine room, would it not be logical that the purpose was sabotage?
Sound conclusion, yes.
He looks at you as if you just answered your own question. Moving on, what other curios did you bring? Let's see. So there was
just the
there's a
helmet and the
crate.
grenades.
There's a crate of strange metal, and then there's the metal box with something in it that made a guy go insane. So much so that he had to be immediately put down.
Let's look at those pieces of metal. Is it anything Clovis would recognize?
Yes. It looks very similar to the stuff you saw in the cyborgs. And Tam.
Yes.
You have Forbidden Lord Xenos, correct?
I do.
As do I.
Both of you, please roll me Forbidden Lord Xenos minus 10.
Zach.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh, 23. Forbidden Lore is...
Yeah, no.
Brained, intelligent, 45. So that's 35. I make it with 1 degree of success.
It would have passed, but at negative 10.
So, as you're looking at this, you don't necessarily recognize what Xenos could have made it, but after fighting those cyborgs and, collecting some of it to be messed around with a bit, you start to theorize that this metal doesn't necessarily repair itself, but if this type of metal comes into contact with a broken piece of equipment that is also made of this metal, it will mend. So effectively, think of it like a blood transfusion, but for this specific material.
Fascinating.
And you can see that by the fact that some of these plates seem to be kind of almost melted together.
Best to keep a lookout for any sort of material that shares this exact composition. At the very least, this might be useful to have on hand in our investigations. I don't expect to run into anything like this on footfall, so I believe we can just... Have these materials moved to my quarters.
Yes, sir. You see a couple of enforcers. It's a fairly sizable crate, I should mention. Like a full cargo crate worth of metal. So it takes, a couple of Ogrins, basically rallied by some enforcers to basically pick it up and start carrying it off. Closed, of course.
And now Clovis will inspect the box. What's in the box?
So, heeding caution, you very carefully open up the box, and inside, you see a pistol. It's just a pistol at first glance. You kind of look at it, and you think to yourself, yeah, that looks like a solid projectile gun. Nothing about it at immediate glance seems off, other than the fact that the closer you get to it, as you're kind of inspecting it, the more you feel like a bubbling kind of urge to just start laughing in your chest. nothing is funny, but the closer you get to touching the metal, the more hilarious everything seems to seem.
Lord Captain.
He leans back. Have it sealed and stored in a secure vault aboard the ship.
As you're inspecting this, Diego, and actually Tam as well, both of you roll me logic.
Logic? Okay.
I do, in fact, have logic.
I do not.
Diego, roll at a +20. You are part of the Inquisition.
Oh, that's a 14.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, as you're basically ordering to have it sealed, you realize from your time in the Inquisition, you haven't encountered many items like this. But it clicks with you as you kind of lean away and the feeling suddenly fades. This is chaos touched. Hella chaos touched. This is cursed as fuck. This is straight up a chaos weapon sitting in a box, and you think to yourself, yep, probably what happened to the guy who touched it is he immediately succumbed to insanity, chaos-esque insanity, and probably became extremely violent. This is a chaos-touched pistol.
Noted. How many people are taking the box away to the secure vault?
The box is in the box of metal?
Yeah, no, not that. Like the box with the pistol in it. How many people are taking it to the secure vault?
You see there's, a squad, basically an entire squad of enforcers, and you actually see that they're not carrying it directly. They're not actually coming into contact with the metal that the gun is touching at all. They're actually using, the equivalent of, those grabby hands?
Yeah,
Those,
I'm thinking
think
something like that.
Yeah, they're effectively not touching, they're touching this thing only with a 10-foot pole.
Clovis is going to call over a different guard over and says, make sure they spend enough time at the prayer shrine aboard the vessel. And if any of them start to act a bit suspicious, out the airlock.
You see him kind of blink. Do you mean the laughing?
If it's a normal, healthy amount of laughter, then it's nothing to be worried about. But if it seems a bit,
No, I mean the laughing. You see him kind of look to another guy, and the other guy kind of nods. Yeah, the people who carried that thing down here, the guy who was actually carrying the box, he's been uncontrollably laughing for 30 minutes. We don't know what's up with him.
He's come under a sort of strange pathogen. It's called, uncontrollable laughter syndrome. It's unfortunately, there's nothing we can do for your comrades, so I suggest a humane method of putting him down.
Shit, Jerry was new too, wasn't he? Yeah, serves him right for touching the weird box, the weird gun. You see them kind of start muttering, We'll take care of him.
I'm terribly sorry, but it is for the best of the crew. If it is infectious, then I need not remind you how fast a disease can spread in conditions such as our vessel.
You see them kind of you can tell by, the insignia and ranking on their uniforms, these two have been here a while, and they just kind of give you a grim nod. They know what you're talking about. You can be sure that even if they did the guy that I'm calling Jerry, because I didn't have a name for him, they'll put him down humanely and quickly.
He nods. Blessed are the servants who in their ignorance come across such horrors and must be sacrificed for the greater good. I appreciate your discretion, and do ensure that none of your comrades display symptoms similar to Jerry's.
We will keep an eye out and make the other higher-ups aware of the Uncontrollable laughing syndrome, sir.
Arloon,
He nods.
Yes?
would Gradius know of a way to cleanse the weapon?
Mm.
You're a tech priest, not an ecclesiarch. You know how to fix guns that are malfunctioning. You know how to calm, screaming, crying toddler machine spirits who are throwing a tantrum. That you can deal with. You've fixed your fair share of unruly weaponry. But you get a feeling from the way that Clovis's jaw is kind of set, and the fact that he immediately is ordering anyone displaying symptoms executed, that there's something more going on here probably than a annoying machine spirit.
At the very least, it's not like scrap code, because then machinery would be affected, not necessarily people.
Exactly.
Scrap code would definitely be up a tech priest's alley, but this is just straight up a demon gun.
This is straight up like I said, this is straight up a chaos cursed gun. There's no really fixing it unless a very powerful member of the ecclesiarchy was around, which on your ship you do have, plenty of people from the ecclesiarchy, but with your knowledge of the Inquisition, something that just from a simple touch starts to spread mania, yeah, that's not easily fixed. That's something that normally get destroyed pretty much immediately.
By the way, for context, when Clovis is talking about a watch station, he's specifically talking about the Death Watch, who are more than capable of handling this type of shit. Clovis is aware they don't have any presence in the Cronus Expanse, because if they did, he would undoubtedly go to them to drop off all this insane shit so that they can deal with it, because...
Yeah, this is something that...
It's above Clovis's current capabilities to handle beyond
and
just...
pay grade, honestly.
Yeah.
He was a member of the Ordo Xenos. Inquisition or not, a straight-up chaos weapon is not...
That'd be more for the Ordo Malleus, which handles the demon shit.
Yeah, and this is definitely demon shit. So the two officers go, and you don't hear the gunshot, but news is brought to you to the bridge. You do receive a Vox message saying that, the man named Jerry, who was displaying symptoms of the laughter, has been unceremoniously but humanely put down. And the box has been secured heavily in a discreet and not easily accessible location. So no one else should be getting close enough to it to catch the uncontrollable laughing syndrome, or, get cursed as fuck like the first guy who actually touched the metal. And you're thinking to yourself, wow, you're lucky he didn't straight up, turn into a chaos spawn on your ship, because that would have been a whole situation.
Clovis is leaning it back on his command throne, and he's like, life is good.
Yeah, no one got demonically possessed. In your eyes, chaos weapon or not, that's a win.
Clovis allows himself a very rare and faint smile. How far along are we to Footfall? I would like to see this cesspit of this hive of scum and villainy with my own eye.
You hear a from the navigator tower you get a transmission. Actually, sir, we're just about ready to exit the warp. We should be in Furibundus in just a couple of minutes.
Excellent. Prepare the ship and the crew for translation to real space.
Yes,
Ron
sir.
kind of gives Clovis a little bit of a look when he calls Footfall a cesspool. It's kind of hard to tell that he's giving Clovis a look, because though I draw his little visor with that little single eye, that's not actually there. But you see him tilt his head at you a little bit before looking back at his data slate.
Alrighty. Everybody who is on the slides, go to slide 7. I found a pretty nice reference image of what Footfall looks like. More so than just one of the zoomed in ones. So yay, look! It's Footfall!
That's the same.
Yay!
That's the same image I used for Charon Station.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah. Also,
That's actually
football's a lot bigger than that.
It's a lot bigger than that, but that's kind of what the ramshackle, ridiculous architecture looks like. It's all mashed together.
Oh yeah, not to forget the 1 kilometer long statue of the God Emperor just floating in the middle.
Yeah,
That too.
That's really
Also,
funny
the
to me,
stupid
by the
amounts
way.
of chains
Yeah, all over the place for no
all
reason.
over the place.
Anyway,
very
That
edgy.
That's actually how they keep the asteroids from drifting apart. Like
From drifting
they're held
apart,
in
yeah.
place by giant chains,
It's
yep.
kind of cool.
which
because
is ridiculous.
The grav plates don't function right.
Not all of them, anyways.
Yeah. As the ship appears within Furibundus, the Sun's Heart receives no hail for an uncomfortably long amount of time. Yes, between the exquisite piloting of the Tau Voidmaster Urizen and the novel but efficient pathing provided by Oakhart, they got in there quicker than an orc fleet infests a planet, but it was unusual for Footfall's liege, Tanthus Moras, to not immediately contact a docking road trader vessel to inform them of their authority. Engineer V Centaurus and Scutari Alpha Gradius can be heard conversing to each other in a mixture of Technolingua and Low Gothic, muttering disdainfully on not only the new happenings with the grenades, but Abral's previous landings within Furibundus. Pacing around the bridge, the new high factotum Ron nervously smokes a cig. Footfall was the first place he had memory of, but they weren't fond ones. Looking out massive windows, a strangely outfitted light cruiser can be seen docked at the port as well. It lies dormant, boasting an imperial make, but very little standard markings or insignia. It's conceivably a pirate vessel. Just as Urizen is about to dock a ship, a Vox transmission is received.
Ron immediately puts out his glow stick in an ashtray, which is in the hallway. He runs, puts it out, and immediately runs back. Should I answer it, Captain?
Clovis picks up the phone himself. He does
hear-
not. He waits for the person on the other side to speak first.
You hear a very raspy, mechanical voice on the other end. Ah, newly ordained Captain Smythe. I didn't expect to see you arriving in Furibundus for quite some time. I didn't even realize your vessel was the one the same as Abral Terragast.
Captain Abral Terragast, unfortunately, perished in the line of duty to the Imperium. Who do I have the pleasure of conversing with?
Ah. Well, I'm the Liege of Footfall. As you probably know, my name is Tanthus Moras, and I'm sure you know the rules of the station. You hold the warrant, you rule Footfall for as long as your ship remains docked, as long as you don't interfere with matters of trade. Correct?
I'm here on Imperial business. I seek to resupply and rearm my crew for a rather daunting expedition beyond the heathen stars. I have no intention of disrupting your local economy, if not taking advantage of it.
Of course, then, for as long as you require and as long as you stay, Footfall, by all act and technicality, is yours to command.
I appreciate your welcoming message, Liege.
Of course, and I should warn you, the Sun's Heart docking at this port again may attract some unwelcome attention. So, I would advise a good amount of enforcers coming with you.
Of course. I wouldn't dream otherwise. Good day to you, and bless the God Emperor and his servants.
The God Emperor light your path. The Vox network kind of cuts off, as Urizen does, in fact, dock the ship at Footfall proper.
Pompous criminals, a scum sucker thinks he's my equal. Ah, real politics. You never get tired of it.
And
Alrighty.
from the bridge, Gradius will mutter, "Pirates."
Yeah, Gradius, as you look out, you've kind of been staring at the ship. You don't recognize the pirate faction. You're not super familiar with the Expanse. You're more used to the pirate scene around in Calixis. But even so, you're not vibing with it, because that is definitely a pirate cruiser. Maybe unregistered, maybe not. You can't tell from just one glance, but ugh, yeah. Not. Doesn't give you confidence.
Mm-hmm. Gradius, he just kind of like mumbles to himself because goes, one wrong move and it's over. And he just begins to continue doing calibrations on the bridge.
Alrighty. Is there anything else you guys would like to do before you depart?
Clovis is going to check in and say, "Is there any other business I should attend to before I go about restocking my ship?"
Who are you talking to, Lord Captain?
Anyone on my general staff who might have a piece of advice for me before we get off the ship?
Yeah, you do in fact have other than just Ron, you do in fact have an administratum official on your ship. You see, Loca Brandis, Loca, whatever you want to call him. He basically gets up from a desk, that he has in one of the, corners of the bridge, and you see him kind of basically looking through a data slate, and you could see one of his eyes actually basically scanning over stacks of paperwork. You could tell he probably has a cybernetic of some sort in there. You don't know exactly what, but you see him kind of nod. We should have more than enough funding and things to trade to resupply for a fairly lengthy deep void run, but I keep frivolous spending to a minimum. Footfall rates aren't known to be the most kind. Especially not right now. He kind of looks to the pirate ship with the same, annoyed side-eye that Gradius had given it.
Try and discern what type of ship it is.
Yes. Please roll me... Do you have Common Lore Imperium?
Probably should. Common. Yeah, I got Imperium. Only at basic, though.
That's fine. You can still roll.
Roll 1d100. That's not gonna make it.
It's definitely a light cruiser class. No bigger, no smaller. Pretty well maintained, especially for a pirate vessel. A bit surprising, actually. You've seen your fair amount of, unregistered ships in your day, and not only is a light cruiser in pirate hands uncommon, one in this condition is straight up like, this looks like it's fairly, well, not new. No void ship in the Imperium is new, but whoever the pirates who control this ship are, they have the funding to keep it well maintained and running incredibly well by void pirate standards.
Noted. Alright, so keep spending at a minimum and ensure basic resupply for a deep voyage. Alright then. Loca?
Yes, sir?
You have the comm. Keep your Vox networks online and ensure no one gets aboard my ship while I'm gone.
Of course, sir. We'll make sure that... He kind of looks to Gradius. With your permission, of course, sir. We have a Skitarii unit making sure no one gets on the ship. Who isn't supposed to be on the ship.
Excellent. I don't want to wake up one day to see an assassin over my bed because our security was lax.
You see him kind of shake his head. It's more common than you might think, but we'll try our best. Skitarii are... As he kind of looks to Gradius, you could tell that something probably less than kind was about to come out of his mouth before he corrects himself. Extremely efficient at what they do.
Before he does
I like this guy.
Before he says that, what was it? Can Gradius, like those grip things that people use to to fix their hand posture? Like those
Yeah.
So Gradius is basically doing that, and he basically is squeezing it for like 20 to 10 seconds long each time. And then he just glances over. What was that?
You and your related Mechanicus are extremely efficient at making sure nobody gets on ships or stays on ships that shouldn't be on them. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Because that is correct. Lord Captain,
Yes?
this one can volunteer to walk with you on footfall. I wouldn't trust these pirates with anything.
Appreciated and granted.
Alrighty, I'll have my second in command barricade take over the Skitari.
Very well. Ron,
Yes, Captain.
you are a native of this station, are you not?
I am.
Then you shall be my guide. This is not an optional excursion for you.
Understood. I didn't expect it would be.
Urizen,
Yes, sir.
are you in possession of a helmet that might conceal your features?
No, sir. Normally I just stay on the ship.
Ronald,
Grace-
be sure to get...
Grace holds
Ronald.
up the new helmet. Would this suffice?
Yeah, it obscures features, and it looks like it fit him too. I mean, Archaeotech is fairly adjustable, so even on a Xenos, it definitely fit him.
Loath I am to give a priceless relic of humanity's past over to a Tau. I do believe it is in everyone's best interest that your features remain covered. Gradius,
Captain?
Gradius, surrender the helmet to Urizen.
Yes, sir.
Captain. I would like to point out that football is full of Xenos.
He looks to him. Ah, yes, but how many of them are in the employ of an Inquisitor? Former, might I add, of the Imperium of Man.
You see
I feel
Loco
like
basically
most
give a
of
nod
it's
as he kind of
finished, though.
side-eyes you, Ron. Yeah, not a great look to be parading a Tau around this part of the Expanse. 90% of people are gonna think you're selling them. After all, Xenos slaves or workers, they're one of the things that are traded on footfall arguably the most.
I would also be remiss to point out that Footfall has its own dedicated Xenos quarter. And quite frankly, a Tau outside this area would be considered suspicious, and let's be honest, any red-blooded patriot of the Imperium would gladly bludgeon him to death in their service to the Golden Throne, and quite frankly, that is counterproductive to our goals here.
There's an entire faction of, to put it lightly, extremely batshit ecclesiarchy, and I'm all for serving the God Emperor, but they take it too at the extreme, and they would shoot him on sight.
You referred to the Druzans?
Yes.
I'm actually quite fond of them. They have a very gung-ho attitude towards colonizing new worlds that actually find our... Excuse me, sorry. They have an agenda of colonization and new worlds here in the Expanse that actually fits quite well with our agenda.
That
Sure,
being
they are.
said,
Sure, they're all fanatics and carry around chainswords, but I mean, it's nice to see the average citizen take arms in service of the Golden Throne on their own initiative.
true enough, true enough. The fact does remain, though, they'll gladly use said chainsword to cut off the head of any Xenos they deem going against the agenda of the Golden Throne, which is both their best, and in this case, for the health of our pilot here, their worst quality.
You hear that, Urizen? Don't take off that helmet if you know it's good for you.
Yes, sir.
Good lad. You may feel free to remove it when we're back on the ship.
Understood.
As he was basically saying how people would gladly bludgeon him, Grace is going to go like, if you just said the word, I would gladly slice him into ribbons.
Oh yeah, that basically, out of context for people who don't know, the Drusian cult, well, they're not really, but they're kind of are a cult. They're a section of the ecclesiarchy and of just regular citizens who are, like, absolutely fanatics, towards, serving, the God Emperor and the Imperium. They are very anti-Xenos, and as Diego pointed out, they wield chainswords, meaning that, yes, they will in fact just straight up turn those things on and cut up a Xenos, no questions asked.
Awesome.
That being said, they do have a very big push towards colonization efforts, so
Yes, they do.
that's actually
So-
pretty cool.
The Imperium does in fact honestly give them a lot more leeway than most fanatical cults, just because they are great colonists due to their innate hatred of, Xenos races and just their sheer, surprisingly good combat aptitude.
Shall I go off the ship and onto the station then?
You see Ron kind of like rolling down his pants, and he goes, "Ready whenever you are, Captain."
Let us disembark and fetch a squadron of enforcers. I'd like to travel with enough backshooters on hand in the event of an ambush.
You get a squad of enforcers, and as you all disembark from the frigate, you're greeted by, to put it lightly, I'd say a small crowd is appropriate of people. The enforcers quickly part them, and as you walk by, you catch some extremely confused whisperings. It's as if they didn't expect a rogue trader to leave the ship, but someone far closer to their standing, and with far less of an extremely scathing and judgmental glare. At the edge of the crowd, you see a small collection that stand out from the rest of the, frankly, fairly disheveled-looking citizens. A small group of enforcers dressed in full carapace armor, branded with a faction symbol. Upon seeing you all step out of the ship, one of them quickly mutters something to the others before very, very swiftly darting off to God knows where.
Already, enemies have been made.
I am changing
Nice.
the ambience.
I'm not going to mention how many enemies I have.
Oh yeah, no, like the Inquisitor
Yeah.
definitely has enemies, but you,
Me, I have enemies. I have many enemies. 3 to be exact. Well, one's technically a rival, but basically enemies.
Alrighty.
Basically enemies.
So the rest of the enforcers don't immediately run off, but you don't know the intentions why the guy immediately muttered something. You couldn't catch it through the, voices of the crowd. You just kind of notice the commotion and the fact that, among the people of Footfall, there's a couple guys in carapace armor. Ronald, you've been here before. It's not common. And it's not scuffed up, pieced together, poorly fitting carapace armor. It's like actual carapace armor. Helmets and all.
Oh
I'm gonna
boy,
post a
helmets and
reference for
all.
what these guys look like, roughly, as best as I could find in NPCs.
Also, can I mention poor Urizen, who just had to listen to an entire conversation of all the types of people who'd want to kill him?
Yeah!
Poor Urza. Ron kind of like once again leans down to Clovis, really unnaturally because he kind of has to if he wants to whisper in Clovis's ear. He's quite tall. He once again he leans down and he kind of just goes, "I'd recommend we watch those enforcers.
keep
I ain't
an eye
never
on
seen
them.
something like them on Footfall."
You recognize them.
That's the problem. I don't.
Then feel free to observe and keep an eye on them.
Understood.
Radius, you have Forbidden Lore pirates, correct?
That I do.
Roll away, mate.
Alrighty, Forbidden Lore Pirates, that's intelligence, so I need to roll below a 53. Where's Dice Roll Bird Channel? I'm gonna spend a fate point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, ooh.
Ouch.
Wow. Thanks, Dicebot. You look at the symbol, and you can tell it's probably, it's definitely space pirate iconography. Those are not people who are exactly native to Footfall. There is some Footfall symbols on their carapace armor as well, but it's secondary to their actual, symbols. It's not the sign of the Aquila. It's definitely some sort of pirate faction symbol. What faction? What ship? You're not sure if you've even seen it before. You have no clue. Though, taking a closer look, you do notice, upon a second glance, and Ronald, you'd notice this too, there is the symbol of what you think is a Footfall faction. Ronald, what you know is a Footfall faction. They've got they've got the iconography of the Tudors, a notorious group of slavers, on their armor.
Awesome. Cool. Ron's gonna once again lean down to Clovis and relay that information.
Ah. Interesting. They don't pose an immediate threat, so we shall proceed onwards.
I'll continue keeping an eye out, though. Yeah.
Alrighty, so as you guys are basically perusing the station, everyone please roll me awareness plus 10.
Yippee! I have that.
Yay! I also have that.
I got that specifically today because I forgot that I needed to do that.
I don't have that trained or basic.
It's a basic skill. It is a basic skill.
Okay.
Oh wow, that's an idiot.
That succeeds because of the plus 10. Oh boy.
Damn.
Ham,
Yes.
goddamn. Alright,
Let's see, what's
Tam,
Yes.
we're gonna have you notice this.
Cool.
Oh, I don't notice it. Darn.
The greater good.
As you all walk through Footfall, perusing and, looking around, a lot of ramshackle stands full of various goods. Ron and Urizen, you can't shake the feeling someone is watching you. Like, there's eyes staring at you. And not just because you have, you're on the entourage of someone who's, at this point, definitely been identified as a rogue traitor and, a squadron of his enforcers. No, you feel like you're being scrutinized almost, sized up maybe even. And as you look around, Ron, you don't immediately notice it, but Tam, you've been jumping your entire life due to the fact that you were sold into the slave trade so young, and just the fact that you're an unsanctioned Xenos in the Imperium. You notice a guy with the same pirate symbol on his equipment as the enforcers in the landing docks, hopping between rooftops, cobbled together architecture, using a grapnel. You watch the man jump, hear a loud, and I mean loud, string of cuss words, and a massive crash, and immediately infer that man was tailing you. He saw you see him, got distracted, and just fell in a nearby alleyway. You don't know how long it's going to take him to get up. You don't know how long, if he's going to just immediately run away. What you do know is he landed not too far from you and was definitely the guy that was watching you from his reaction when you basically made eye contact with him.
Through the helmet.
Through the helmet. So basically, all of you do hear, "Oh fuck! Shit! Ow! Damn it!" And then just a massive shattering noise. Just the best way I can describe it is, hold on, I have a soundboard effect for this. The best way to describe it is just as he smashes into the ground.
That's a great noise.
I was expecting the metal pipe sound effect, but
I was
this
also
is just
kind
as
of
good.
expecting the metal pipe sound effect.
So that's basically what you all hear, but Urizen, you immediately identify that that was the guy who's been watching you.
I've never...
Captain?
I've
That
never...
was Zizi's voice. Hold on. Let's try that again.
yeah, Mulligan.
Captain?
Yes, Urizen?
I know you heard that, but you probably didn't see it. He was tailing us.
Oh, good. The God Emperor
You know
sought
what?
to punish him for his insolence before I did. I like when that happens.
You were being followed.
I'm aware.
We were being followed.
I had a feeling we were being watched.
The joke here being that Clovis realized the guy was following him, fucked up, got crushed under something. He's like, yes, he was punished for his own
Karma.
hubris by the God Emperor before I did
Yeah,
myself.
you basically hear, you see a couple of people basically walking towards the alleyway where he fell, and you hear, "Fight! Fuck! Oh, that was a window. Shit! I need to get out of here."
We should get moving.
Yes, I believe there's a market of sorts in the. Oof.
Can
There's
is that guy
I know
still
where the
like
market are.
is that guy still like caught in the garbage?
Well, he basically smashed into a window. Got probably, you can assume Tam, you saw he was wearing what looked to be, like, effectively a suit of Xenomash, so he's
Cool.
probably mostly unharmed, but he would have had to, realize what happened, get unstunned, and from being able to hear him basically, like, from how high your awareness was, basically muttering, like, kind of talking loudly to himself, he's about to bolt. But he's still probably over there, from the small crowd that's gathering, to see what the fuck just happened.
Can Grady just walk over there and just basically grab him by the shoulder?
Yeah, you basically scruff him like a cat, and you see him look at you, blink a few times. Fuck.
And I walk over with basically holding him up by the nape of his clothing or armor, and I bring him close to Lord Captain. But as I do so, I say, try anything stupid, and you won't go home with any limbs.
Huh. Bold of you to assume that I had limbs to begin with. You could feel that at least one of his arms is bionic from the way you grabbed him.
Mm-hmm. And I said, not ones that are intact. Can I roll intimidation?
Yes, roll to -20.
-20. Okay.
He's not as terrified of you as he is of his boss. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, that's always fun to hear.
I'm 2 degree. Yep. So my strength is 50, so I fail by 2 points.
Alrighty. You see him kind of look at you. You can tell that he's maybe not he's not pissing his pants, but he does get the message. All right, I get it. What do you want with me?
Clovis steps forward. Hello. Do you know who I am?
Hey, Lord Captain.
That's Lord Captain Llewellyn Smythe to you. Who do I have the honor of addressing?
You see him kind of shrug. No one important. Boss told me not to talk with you guys more than I had to, if I got caught. You see him kind of look over to where the alleyway is, and you guys could see a very angry shop owner basically sweeping up the remainder of his window.
I'm afraid your boss did not send his best today.
He kind of looks over to where Urzin is with just a look of pure malice. Would have been fine
tell
except
him
for that
Tao.
one. He can't tell your Tao, but he can tell. But he knows you're the one who spotted him and completely made him basically piss himself, which caused him to fuck up in the first place.
What did he say? Sorry.
Wouldn't have happened in the first place if it wasn't for that one.
Eyes on me. Ignore the one in the helmet.
He looks back to you and just kind of rolls his eyes.
How much do you know about me?
As much as I had to. I know that the boss man wants to speak with you, and that's about it.
Ah, you're the messenger. Your boss seeks to parley, am I correct?
You could put it that way.
Where do I go to meet him, then?
I mean, I could take you to him, if he's still at the rendezvous point.
I have business to conduct on this station, which involves resupplying and acquiring new materials. I believe I can take some time out of my schedule to meet with your boss, if it is worth my time, and I do hope it is.
You know, the guy who used to own that ship of yours? Pretty notorious around here. I'm sure you figured that much out by now. Let's just say he had some unfinished business with the previous captain. Not necessarily the bad kind. But...
The ship is mine and is the crew. I do not assume any of his debts, nor do I consent to any of his previously held treaties or agreements without knowing what they are.
Oh, no. He wasn't the one in debt.
Very well, then. take us to your leader. And if you do try anything funny, my Skitari here, well, I think he wouldn't mind assisting personally in overseeing your sentencing to servitude perpetuus.
You see him kind of look to you, behind him at Gratis, who still scruffed this guy like a cat. Can you put me down now?
I glance
Gradius?
toward Clovis.
Gradius, the man needs to walk in order to lead us to his boss. Let him do so.
Can I shove him forward? I just basically drop him. I don't care if he actually regains his balance.
I'm gonna have him roll an agility test to see if he falls on his ass.
Please make him fall on his ass.
That'd be pretty funny.
Please
That is an
make him fall.
89. So as you drop him, you basically see him fall he already took one fall. You see him kind of fall in the dirt, and you just hear him yell, "Shit! Okay, I meant gently." You see him kind of get up, dust himself off. You see in his xenomesh, it is xenomesh upon further inspection. There are still a couple shards of glass, a couple, bits of metal embedded in it. He crashed pretty good the first time, you can tell. He's not in any shape to try and hurt you guys. And even so, you can tell he's gotten the message. Yeah, it's a Skitari. He's not gonna fuck with that.
Also, fun fact, servitude perpetuus is basically the sentence for being turned into a servitor.
To a servitor. Yeah, I know.
I'm saying that for the benefit of everyone else in the party.
I guessed as soon as you said it. I was like, yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, because instead of the death sentence, the Imperium does reserve the right to sentence you to eternal manual labor as a servitor.
Fun.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Delightful.
institutionalized.
Mm-hmm.
And very routine.
Reminds me of this creepypasta I was listening to during my drawing class today. My brother got ethically altered. That's the title of it. Yes, actually.
Interesting.
It was like that. He basically got turned into a servitor and was supposed to work at the grocery store.
Alrighty. Are we ready to continue?
Yes. Take us away, DM.
Alrighty. This is louder. I'm going to just turn that down on mine. You follow the man and eventually walk into a fairly shady, all things considered, alleyway. Your enforcers are definitely on high alert. Within it stands a small posse of similar carapace armored men that you saw at the landing bay, at the head of which is a man wearing a beautiful xenofur fur cloak and exemplary carapace armor inlaid with what looks to be gold. A bionic monocle obscures his left eye as he turns to you, his expression utterly unreadable. At his side sits a whip of alien...
One-eyed gang.
Yes, one-eyed gang! At his side sits a whip of alien make, the metal barbs along its coil cracking with currently contained but evident electrical power. Flanking him are the guards armed to the teeth with las guns and autoguns, and a particularly well-decorated enforcer boasting a chainsword hanging off his belt. The first man eyes your Inquisition garb with a furrowed brow before clearing his throat. Well, as I assumed, you aren't Terragast. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate for us both.
He owed me a fucking drink, and I owed him a shitload of thrones for the last shipment of guides he gave us last time he was here a few weeks ago. That being said, I suppose, since those thrones aren't, I honor my debts, which means those thrones would fall to you. The man gives you a bow, but you can tell he's definitely sizing up the threat you pose as he does so. Carnicus' Steel, at your service.
Wait, what was his first name?
Carnicus.
Carnicus Steel, a name I haven't heard of before, which is always a good sign.
Would I know that name? Oh, sorry.
Not off the top of your... Actually, roll me Forbidden Lore Pirates.
Okay. Sorry, continue, Diego. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I am Clovis H. Llewellyn Smythe, former agent of the Ordo Xenos. Which, as you know, brings with it a certain risk of association. I am here to inform you, however, I am not here as part of the Inquisition. I stand before you as rogue traitor.
Alrighty.
Which means that if there is business to be done, let us get to it.
Gradius. It clicks into place. That pirate ship. The presence of all his enforcers. Shit. You think to yourself, Well, crap. He's the one who brought that ship here. He's the captain of that ship. You don't know too much about the Pirates of the Expanse, and honestly, it takes a little bit, and, you realize that it makes sense it's taken you this long. You've heard offhand mentions of a Carnicus of Steel. Nothing good, that's for sure. You know he's a slaver. Some speculate he's involved with the cold trade, much like Abril was. And despite not being a rogue trader, he has a decent amount of influence in the Expanse. You can assume he's stopped at Footfall for the same reason you have. To resupply. Where he's going, you don't know, and he's not known for being outright violent. So, you assume since he hasn't already started shooting, you're temporarily safe. However, the fact that he has his entire cruiser here doesn't inspire confidence. He's definitely here on business of some variety. Of what, you're not sure, but yes, that's a Void Pirate captain. A new face in the Expanse for sure, but definitely an unwelcome one.
Can I take a moment to whisper that into Clovis's ear?
Yes, you effectively relay newer Void Pirate captain, already has some, decent influence in, the parts of the Expanse closer to Footfall and for Abundus itself. That ship belonged to him, he's probably here to resupply.
Clovis gives a slight nod. So, you call this parley? Exactly what can I expect from this meeting?
As you probably know, most people don't keep all their money in one place. The first thing I wanted to do was confirm the rumors of Abril's death hadn't been greatly exaggerated. Many people have claimed he died before, but it seems this time, he's gone for good.
I've witnessed it with my one good eye. He is gone, and with the God Emperor or whatever devil cursed him in the first place.
Oh, he was cursed, all right. By what? He kind of shrugs. Constantly chasing around some sort of strange metal slates. Whatever. He was good at what he did, I'll give him that much. I owed him a significant amount of money. Enough that I think it would probably pique your interest. Enough to, at the very least, cover most of your resupply here. I obviously don't have it on me. I'm sure we both know that would be stupid.
Of course, I assume you have it in a secondary location?
Yes. Your enforcers here should be more than enough to securely bring it back to your ship. However, as is evident, we'll need to go to that location.
I see. And you do this out of the kindness of your heart or to see your debt paid through?
To see my debt paid through. I'm a man of my word, if nothing else.
And great initiative, it would seem. Never leave things to chance, always make sure yourself.
Absolutely. He kind of looks to the guy, the one who, fucking crashed into a window. Looks to him with a very scathing look. You can't trust anyone to do things right. Everyone, by the way, please roll me awareness. Just a passive test.
Okay.
Oh
I can do
boy.
that.
I keep forgetting what's my awareness. It's not that good because my
I
perception
can
is
do
like
that!
11. I also can do that. 11's good, Bailey. It's 11 out of 100. The lower you get, the better it is.
Yurzan's not very good at killing people, but he's very good at seeing things.
Alrighty.
I think Clovis's eye is a bit
Yeah,
off
no,
because I'm rolling
me
so
when-
bad on perception.
Urzin and Ronald. As you're looking, you realize one of the enforcers by Carnicus's side is trying to put on a brave face, but he looks like he's about to have a straight-up panic attack. He's not doing great, and you see he's almost eyeing up his chances of something. What? You don't know. But he's very much terrified and obviously trying to puzzle out the better of some number of bad options.
is this the guy who crashed into the window?
This is a
Or
different
one of
guy. The one who crashed into the window also looks scared shitless, as if he knows that his boss is definitely not happy with him, even though he did technically do his job. The fact that he was basically, obviously has, glass and stuff embedded in his xenomesh isn't a great look. He looks pretty terrified too, but no, this is one of the enforcers that's actually standing behind him.
Interesting. Although Clovis doesn't recognize this.
Interesting. Ronald recognizes this but chooses to do nothing with this information.
You're useless.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not
Citizen
useless.
also
I'm just a
recognizes
quiet little boy.
this.
I hate pirates.
What am I doing? What's going on?
I mean, okay.
You see
I'm not
that
useless. I'm just a quiet little boy.
you see that guy having a panic attack as well in the background.
Cool.
Ronald kind of like pats Clovis on the shoulder and kind of just makes like a vague gesture towards the guy in the back.
You see it.
Interesting.
He looks like he's about to have a mental breakdown. It should be noted, it doesn't look like he's gonna point a gun at you or anything. If anything, he's gonna point a gun at who you is, at Carnicus himself.
I trust you're a man who's used to these sorts of unseen threats.
Oh?
You said so yourself. You can never be sure who to trust. I assume you're constantly on the vigil for threats at your side, perhaps?
Oh. Definitely. You can tell from the look in his eye, he's noticed the guy. He hasn't done anything yet, but you can tell that his, one good eye, he's noticed in his peripheral vision. He's on the correct side, that Carnicus isn't stupid. He can see the guy is debating whether or not to point a gun at him. But you feel like he trusts himself to strike first.
Noted. So, where exactly is the thrones you supposedly owe me?
20 or so minute walk down someplace that I'm sure you would find unsavory. Bar with a couple of organizations of this lovely station. Friend of mine there makes sure that my possessions that I keep situated in Footfall itself are kept under lock and key. I'll just need to have a quick conversation with him. It should be in and out.
Then I suggest we move in force as one. Offer a unified front to deter any potential opportunists.
Agreed. As you continue to converse, you see the quivering man basically sprint forward and fall directly at your feet, Clovis. Please, please get me away from him! I'll do anything, I'm begging you, sir, please! His cries are cut short as a horrible cracking sound rings through the air as his body crumples limply to the ground. Blood splatters and his limbs twitch, his body having just undergone what can only be described as a lethal electric shock. Carnicus regards his whip coldly, it now buzzing with a power field that quickly dissipates and its barbs are coated with viscera. He looks back to you, an obvious irritation in his tone. Yes? Sorry, 1 second. I'll finish that thought in a moment.
Sure, this here.
Alright. Thank you, Mother.
I will be bringing in the pizza.
Okay. My apologies for that, man. What were we talking about? Ron, please roll me a willpower save -10.
Okay.
And yes, Will.
What's my willpower?
Clovis honestly doesn't look all that surprised. He just seems more surprised at the man trying to ask something of him.
I have failed.
Okay.
The execution doesn't surprise Clovis. What does surprise him is that the guy was asking to be taken away from Carnicus.
As the cracking of the electrical charged whip rings through the air, Ron, your mind flashes through hazy images from what can only be described as the before. The sound of that snapping mixed with cramping pain raking across your body, blinding you. Horrible sensations running through your entire body as a snarling voice yells behind you. Are your ears as dysfunctional as those shoddy leg augments of yours, bitch boy? Or are you just choosing to be insolent? As soon as the memory flits through your mind, it vanishes, but you can't help to feel sick to your stomach as your eyes lock onto the bloodied corpse. And the whip. No, it's not a whip your mind helpfully provides. It's a Xenos weapon known as an Agonizer Lash. Dark Eldari or Drukari in origin. And yet, you swear you've never seen one, let alone seen or heard one in action.
I don't like that. I like to think Ron has a very good poker face, because you can't see his eyes. Visor moment. But you see him kind of like, almost like jolt forward a little bit. By jolt forward, I mean just like jolt, and you see him like press his visor into like his face as if like putting pressure like on his face. You know, sometimes pressure calms people down, but you see him would need therapy,
there's a
but
William
therapy
Anderson.
doesn't exist. So he has the vault, which is the best way he can deal with all the shit he's been through.
Diego.
By forgetting about it.
Yeah, I saw what you posted, Will. I saw what you posted about the pirates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back now too.
Okay. Everyone, go to slide 8 on the slides. There is a little introduction before you guys are technically in the positions where you're currently in, but
Oh, we're already here.
yeah, because I'm
Cool.
skipping travel time because traveling in Rogue Trader is honestly kind of boring. Alrighty. You follow Carnicus and his small posse of guards down winding passageways of metal for the better half of an hour. Eventually, you reach a tight, claustrophobic passage that seems to be barely holding itself together, metal creaking under your feet as you walk. Winding through the maze of tubes and cramped hallways, you eventually see two fairly shoddily armed enforcers. Their exposed skin is covered in black tattoos, and las guns sit in their hands. They warily raise them to point their sights at you before Carnicus clears his throat. "They're with me, you dumbasses! Lower your weapons or lose your hands!" The two look to each other with dubious expressions before putting the muzzles of the las guns down and stepping aside. Carnicus slinks past them, whistling to himself as he makes a vague gesture for you to follow.
Clovis is following at a very normal pace. Just
Ron is attempting to walk alongside Clovis. I say attempting because he has very long strides. So he lags
It's also
behind
a very
every other
narrow
step.
area.
Yeah, it's very wide. He takes very wide steps basically. And so he every now and then he'll lag behind Clovis and then catch back up within a single step because he has to pace himself. Horse leg moment.
Yeah. Alright. Entering through a set of double doors, you're immediately greeted with a cramped space filled with people. Many seem to be mercenaries with the same allegiance as the guards at the door, their skin covered with shoddy tattoos as they pound back cheap beers. A group of 6 appear to be playing blackjack at a table while rambunctiously conversing. The dealer at the head of the table immediately sending a familiar chill down Ron's spine. A psyker. In a private booth, a group of finely
Cool.
dressed, almost noblemen chatter in high Gothic, exchanging all manners of contracts over bottles of fine wine. Lastly, a group of enforcers in fine carapace similar to Carnicus' own sit at a second booth, and as he enters with you all, their laughter turns to scorn. "Oi, Carnicus, that's a fucking throne agent! Is this some kind of joke? Where's the cold trading bastard you owe? He's actually fun!" Carnicus just scowls at them and turns to you, Clovis. "This is the Expanse's newest rogue trader, and you'll treat him with proper respect. Do I need to report you to the damned provisor again?" As he announces your status loudly, all the different clouds quiet and look at you and your retinue. A man behind the bar pipes up through the silence. "Is that right? Well, why don't you let him introduce himself, then?"
He turns over to Ronald and is like, he's on the verge to have Ronald introduce him, but he's like, no, wait, that's a terrible idea. So he turns over and says, "Hello, I'm Clovis H. Llewellyn Smythe, former throne agent to the Ordo Xenos of the Inquisition, yes. And I am, in fact, the newest rogue traitor as a result of several unforeseen circumstances that saw the winds of fortune blow in my favor. Good day to you, gentlemen."
I'm quoting that. Alright. So you see them all kind of give, a couple of nods. Some of the guys still seem a little wary about having you here, and Carnicus just kind of looks. "Feel free to mingle or keep to yourselves while I talk with..." He looks to the guy behind the bar. "You. If there's anything missing from that vault..." You see the guy kind of, put up 2 hands as he's still, as he puts the glass he was cleaning down. No, there's nothing missing." Carnicus just looks and just scowls. "I might be a minute."
Clovis looks around the bar. I miss raiding places like these with Decimus. Such simpler times. course, half the time, places such as these were fronts for xenocults or other nefarious organizations, so... He turns around and just surveys the scene in general. What a fun sight.
Alrighty, so you guys are free to listen in, eavesdrop, do gremlin shenanigans for a little bit. So, I'm gonna roll a d4 to decide who gets to do stuff first. And by a d4, I mean I'm assigning you all a number and then rolling d4. Diego will be 1, Skid will be 2, Tam will be 3, and Will will be 4. Skid. What's Ron doing?
He's probably like eavesdropping on everyone, on people's conversations. Still sticking close to Clovis because, kind of part of his job. But yeah, he's like sticking close, just listening to any conversation he can just overhear. Polyglot moment.
Okay, pick a number between 1 and 4.
4.
Okay, we're gonna be listening to the two officials up here.
Cool.
Please roll me awareness.
Okay.
Plus 10 actually no, plus 20. You're used to listening in crowds. You've been on Footfall long enough to know how to pick out one conversation.
That's a 5.
Wow, okay, yeah. So, you see currently, these two, you can tell just by their robes, these appear to be officials of the Obsidian Emporial, which is a trade hall. You guys remember in Diego's game, the place where they had the auction for, the 7 Witches of Footfall hearing? Yeah, that's the Obsidian Emporial. That's where these guys work. They're currently in what appears to be a makeshift tech lab. One of them seems to be almost a Mechanicus priest, if you squint. Whether he's a Herotech or not is debatable, but his mechadendrites appear to be of decent quality, so probably not. And a member of, yeah, definitely the Administratum. They're currently conversing as you overhear. You hear them talking in... You have polyglot, so you can understand it, but they are talking in Secret Tongue Administratum. So you get kind of a rudimentary understanding of what they're saying, even if some of the jargon is lost on you. They're roughly talking about an extremely profitable exchange that they recently had with the 7 Witches of Footfall. And you hear them basically muttering about a couple of expensive things that they were forced to give up. They, one of them makes a joke about, we should have just scammed them. And then you see the other one look at him like, you see the Mechanicus look at the guy like he's a fucking idiot, as he just kind of goes, "Do you want to be smited? Look, I'm just saying, we could have made a lot of money. Yeah, at the cost of being smited." You got a point. And you hear them basically muttering about, current dealings, and you glean that, yeah, there's some high-quality items probably going up in the Obsidian Emporial, one of which you hear appears to be... Let me real quickly roll. One of which appears you overhear is a extremely well-crafted plasma gun.
Oh, a plasma gun.
Yes. A plasma gun.
Cool. Plasma gun. Those are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ron, as he's like standing next to Clovis, you can like kind of tell that Ron has like I guess entered quote unquote work mode. He doesn't like, have modes. That's not how he works. He's a human being, he thinks. I mean, he looks like one. He's a human being, maybe, you think. But he has like this sort of like way that he stands. I don't know, like an aura, I guess, whenever he's working. That's very different from like his I'm shaking and crying, screaming, throwing up normal attitudes. As he's like listening, and he kind of like leans down really weirdly again to Clovis to like whisper what he's learned so far.
So they're messing around with a plasma gun?
Yes, a best craftsmanship plasma gun. Basically talking about who they think it's going to get pawned off to.
It's like a rifle, not like a pistol.
Yeah, it's a full-on rifle.
Ronald,
Yes, Captain.
the plasma gun, it's up for auction, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
I want it. Bring it to me.
Bailey.
I want it.
Understood, Lord Captain.
By the way, this is an out of character context. Clovis doesn't actually have a use or want for the gun. This
He
is
just
him
wants it?
seeing how effective Ronald is getting shit done. It's a win-win
Now-
for Clovis. If Ron can get the gun, Ron proves himself. If Ron doesn't get the gun, then you know.
Captain, what means am I allowed to use in order to acquire it?
Try and keep spending to a minimum, but I am curious to see how resourceful you can be. Consider this a test of your abilities.
Understood.
If you don't acquire it, then do not fret. I won't punish you the way Carnicus did his lackey.
I'd hope not.
Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen to the guy who crashed into a window, but you can expect it's not good.
Yeah.
But, at the same time, Clovis, you've seen people in the Imperial Navy get executed for, and the Inquisition get executed for less, so, like...
Are you kidding? The Inquisition just killed people for witnessing shit.
Exactly! Like I said, killed people for less, so, like... The fact that the guy crashed into a window, if Carnicus infers what happened, you could, the severity of the punishment is up for debate, but the most likely thing is because, a lot of his men bear the mark of the tutors, you can assume he's gonna get sold off into slavery.
Oh wait, they had symbols of the tutors?
Yeah, his enforcers do.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Nice. Anyway, continue.
So that's what Ron overhears as he's listening in. Yay! Plasma gun. Fun! I roll on a random table of best craftsmanship weapons.
Nice.
To see what you guys would get. It may or may not have an attachment. Ron, you don't understand enough Secret Tongue Administratum to glean more than, they're auctioning it off sometime today. Later in
cool.
the day. You have more than enough time to get there.
You have any idea how rare that type of shit is?
Yeah, very.
Yeah, that's why
That's
Clovis...
why it's in the Imperial.
Yeah. So who's up next on the overhearing or eavesdropping table?
Alrighty, 1d3. Diego is 1, Tam is 2, Will is 3, because I'm not leaving it up for the d4 to cuck me by rolling a 4 8 times in a row. Diego, actually, Clovis's turn to eavesdrop on people.
Oh boy, I have very terrible awareness. I'd like to point out that Clovis was on the research and interrogation side of things. He's not entirely used to field work.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
This is him, just getting out there, making himself useful. Yeah. You wouldn't know that because he plays it close to the vest. So do I need to roll for overhearing eavesdropping?
Well, you could choose to, not necessarily eavesdrop, but actually talk to people as well. So, basically, there's the guys gambling. You don't know it's a psyker unless Ron, basically told the Clovis that information. But there's 6 people, 6 obviously kind of just jobbers who are currently playing blackjack with a fairly better dressed and frankly better uniformed guy currently playing as the dealer. There's Carnicus's enforcers, or not his enforcers that he came here with, but people with the same kind of armor that his men were wearing. Same symbols, same everything. It's already been explained by Gradius and Ron who they're from. So, they're basically just talking about, they gave Carnicus shit for walking in with a thrown agent, but you could tell that they're going to keep their mouths shut once they learned you're a rogue traitor. They don't really feel like getting shot. There's the 4 guys at the table who are getting extremely drunk, and then 3 They look like they have relatively the same garb as the other two guys from the Obsidian Imperial, who are currently basically talking, muttering over, contracts.
I'm going to see what the guys with the contracts are talking about.
Alrighty, roll me awareness plus 20. They're not
Ooh.
talking loud, but you understand High Gothic, and High Gothic is easy to pick out amongst all the other tongues here.
The dice spot cucks me. I'm going to use a fate point.
The dice spot does cuck you.
Not much better at all, unfortunately.
You won't get all the information, but I'm not gonna give you nothing either.
That's fair.
You hear them kind of muttering to themselves, and you see one of them basically pull out a data slate and show one of the other guys a picture. You don't quite catch what's on the data slate, but you do hear them say something about, Carnicus's fucking lapdog. What was his name? Abril? The guy who died recently. Yeah, one of his weird slate things. We found him recently. Really? Yeah. All it was on it was this weird star map. Nothing else. Huh. Strange. Yeah, I mean, the guy was always weird. I don't know why Carnicus even kept him around for so long. Not our place to judge.
Clovis knows to himself, the information is out there. We can't let anyone else get there. Clovis is going to inspect them. So, I'm afraid you all are aware of what happened with Captain Terragast?
You see them kind of nod. Made the rounds the second you got here. I mean, as you've probably gleaned, he was a bit of a... They look at each other. Well, I wouldn't say liked, but effective trafficker of goods. Since he's already dead, it's not like you can make him dead again, so... Smuggled in a fair few Xenos artifacts. Not as many as some, but... definitely nothing to scoff at.
Yes, I'm very familiar with the contents of his cargo hold. Although some Xeno artifacts is a bit of an understatement.
You see them kind of look to each other. Some's just what we got. We don't know what was in his hold. Not like any of us were ever allowed on the ship. We just know what we had to sift through for the higher-ups. Which, to be fair couple things. But each shipment wasn't as impressive as some other benefactors we have, though we paid him well enough to keep... well... we paid him more than the Navy did. Let's just put it that way.
I'm aware of his past of the Navy. I was not quite aware of those he did business with on this station. As I'm now a fully ordained rogue trader, I thought it best to acquaint myself with Terragast's former contacts and associates. What faction or organization, by chance, do you lot represent?
Obsidian Emporial. If you've ever been around here, you probably know of it.
I
Probably
have
the most
heard.
Most exclusive auction house in town. All we really do is take inventory. So we never had contact with the man directly, but given that there's only so many of us, given it's fairly exclusive, only so many people actually saw the things he brought in. It was each shipment, we'd have to categorize everything, identify its origins. You hear one of them mutter, yeah, some of those were a bitch. The star map, as you the most recent thing that we assumed came from him, from the fact that Carnicus constantly talked about his weird slates. Strange metal thing. We managed to extract it. Turned out to be some sort of data brick. All it has is a star map. We don't even know what system it's from. Or for. It doesn't match any records as far as we know.
Yes. I haven't been able to decipher the contents of that either. I did recover a similar slate, but alas, my cryptographers and astrographers are unable to pinpoint where exactly it is. Out of character, Clovis is lying.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yes,
You see them kind of shrug. It's not really useful to us if we can't figure out where it is, so we're planning to sell it. Or at least the higher-ups are. What good is a star map if you can't figure out where in the Coronos Expanse is what we're assuming, but for all we know, it could be in the outer reaches on the other side of the Imperium.
How many people would line up to purchase such a map? I understand there would be very few in a position to even afford such information, but realistically speaking, how many people do you believe could actually exploit the information contained within?
You see him kind of shrug. Plan is to hold it until there's more people who have actual ships around. You see him kind of look to each other. If Carnicus, who probably already has caught wind of it, he might try and snap it for himself. But I doubt it. He's never been the starfaring type, despite having a pretty nice ship of his own. Mostly uses it to keep business going, not to go on random ventures out into who knows where.
I see. Well, thank you for your time, gentlemen. I shall continue to acquaint myself with this, I'd say, lovely station, but that's not quite the right word for it, is it?
You see one of the guys from the back kind of like offer up kind of a shithole. You can be honest.
Yes, it is a shithole. Well, I shall leave you to your drinks, and I thank you for the information provided. That's
Alrighty.
Clovis.
That's Clovis. Alrighty. Tim is 1, Will is 2.
Let's see. Coin flip.
Woo! Will! What's Gradius doing? I'm sorry, Tam!
So, what are the current points of interest?
There are 4 of enforcers from the tutors, same faction Carnicus's enforcers, at least on Footfall, have been hired from. You have no clue if he's even aligned with them, or if he just hires out their enforcers because they're probably some of the best on Footfall.
Mm-hmm.
And, the ones that can be bought out for money, or, selling other people into the slave trade. And there's also 6 jobbers currently playing blackjack with a fairly unassuming but much better dressed... Let me actually check the gender. Is it a man? No, it's a woman! A fairly well-dressed woman at the head of the table who's currently... If you observe the game, you could tell that there's, just from just overhearing, you could tell that some of the guys seem to be getting extremely unlucky.
Mm-mm. Gradius is going to approach the card game.
Alrighty. You see the guys, who all at this point are fairly drunk, but the dealer, the psyker, did Ronald relay that she was a psyker to the rest of the party?
Yeah, I'm gonna say he would.
Yeah, the psyker, who you know is a psyker, you see her kind of give you a smile. Ah, don't see many Mechanicus, or especially not Scutari around these parts. She kind of looks back to where the Obsidian Emporial official is, current company notwithstanding.
Gradius nods. May I join?
Sure. Alrighty, so... We're not, you're not gonna lose any profit factor for messing around, but...
It takes a lot of money to burn profit factor.
Profit factor. You're not gonna lose anything just by playing a couple rounds of cards.
No, I'm going to monitor her, and I'm going to see if I could try to see how she's manipulating the cards.
Okay. So, do you have the scrutiny skill?
The scrutiny? No, I do not. It's basic. I was thinking more like logic, but scrutiny is...
Logic? Oh, logic works too, yeah. Roll me logic plus 20 if you're actually playing a couple rounds of cards, because you're actively participating. So roll me logic plus 20.
Isn't there a gamble skill?
There is a gamble skill, but Gradius isn't trying to win. He's trying to analyze what she's doing, if she's rigging the game, which... pretty much is.
I still fail.
Okay.
Wait, Alun. Can I use my my Logis implant?
That only gives bonuses to combat, doesn't it?
Well, it says I can. What was it? I can monitor the person's movements of what they're going to do next.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll say yeah. So that we'll say it gives you another plus 10.
Alrighty.
Or yeah, just a reroll. A reroll works. Yeah, you succeed either way, I believe. So as you're kind of watching, as you're playing, you realize she's definitely cheating, but it's fairly subtle. You basically, as you're watching how she's dealing, you notice not only is she definitely you can assume she's using some sort of, low key but definitely visible given to you, with your analytical Skitarii mind. Not only is she using a little bit of divination to reveal what's at the top of the deck, but she is actually using also very, very subtle telepathy to sometimes deal cards that wouldn't normally be at the top. It's not entirely obvious to everyone else at the table because they're slightly drunk and not really looking for it, nor are they aware she's even a psyker. But after a couple hands, you can tell she's very subtly rigging the game so that she's actually always, the house is always getting a little bit more money than she's paying out. So she's very, very subtly and very slowly turning a profit.
Are there still other players here, or is it just me and her?
Oh yeah, there are plenty of other players. Jobber's from, the same faction that you can assume Carnicus doesn't run this place. He just, uses his contacts here, to keep his money secure, or some of it. You don't know how much he actually has. There's a whole bunch of jobbers from, multiple different, low-key, small nobody gangs, just standard football stuff. People are coming in and out, joining in, losing or winning a couple rounds, leaving. So the tokens don't correctly, really represent. They're just there. But there's normally, somewhere anywhere between 4 and 7 people, including you, at the table at all times.
A dealer like you must have their ear to a couple of strange conversations from time to time.
You see her kind of look to you. And she gives a slight nod. I mean, I can't say I don't listen in.
Do you know anyone that deals in Xenos explosives or ordnance?
Explosives specifically? She kind of thinks to herself. Explosives specifically, no. However, there are plenty of people if you're looking to have someone identify Xenotech. The Emporia would probably be more than willing to identify things for you for a price.
Tell you what.
Their entire business is trading high-end items.
So, tell you what. Gradius, he is going to reach for his power axe, and he places it on the table.
Oh boy.
You see her kind of raise her eyebrows at it. As if she's, basically, Ron, you sense it. You feel a slight shiver go up your spine, Ron.
Oh,
you can
awesome.
tell that she is ready if need be. She's priming to potentially use some sort of probably offensive psionic technique if necessary in self-defense.
No, I'm not threatening her.
I know you're not threatening her, but she's more than willing. But I'm just saying, because she doesn't know your intentions, you just pulled out a fucking power axe.
Ron immediately kind of just he's been vibing around Clovis. He kind of just taps Clovis on the shoulder, kind of repeatedly a couple times while just staring off in the direction of Gradius.
What I recognize her reacting that way, and I go,
Captain.
So then I go, relax.
Captain.
I'm not in the means of threatening you here. I'm wagering my power axe.
Oh my god, that's somehow even worse.
Captain.
Clovis is what?
You feel the chill kind of die down as he basically isn't threatening her.
I think the psycho must have thought of Gradius taking out his power axe as a threat.
Oh, do buzz off.
And
oh
then
my god!
And so I go, tell you what, I'm willing to trade. I'm willing to play for you. Play for this, for some information, because I don't want to deal with any. So I don't want to deal with any nonsense from money grubbing merchants.
Hold on, I'm quoting Odu Buzz off. Alrighty. So, you see...
My name's Gradius, by the way.
Gradius. I'm sure your actual designation's longer than that, but that will do. You see her kind of, like, look at the power axe and look at you. I will say, you feel a little tremor you feel like a tremor in your head as you hear her basically say, "So you figured it out, didn't you?" She's speaking to you telepathically.
I do like a slight, I do a subtle head twitch, and he goes, "This one would not." He looks over his shoulder as you see Ron, like, right before, like, the buzz off. He's gonna go, "My retinue, the retinue I'm with noticed."
You see her kind of give you a knowing nod, and you hear in your head, "I'll cut you a deal. Don't sell me out, and I'll tell you what you want to know."
Wasn't planning to.
Well then, what's it you need?
Okay. Reminder, what was our main objective again? I'm asking as a player, not as character.
Currently, you're waiting for Carnicus to deal with his lackey potentially having stolen something from his stash. Carnicus basically went, "I'll be right back," with a very irritated look on his face. So you can assume he's probably, it's footfall. People try and scam people all the time. He's having to deal with, his lackeys being not the most trustworthy right now. So he's gone for a little bit. Your main objective of coming here was simply to just, have Carnicus get the money, hand it to you guys, and leave. That being said,
Okay, I know my question now. Carnicus appears to be in a weakened state, and pirates don't like that to be very public knowledge. And he looks toward, like, the hired guns, and he's gonna go, he has enough money to throw around, but it sounds to me he's trying to build bridges. And with my current Lord Captain, it's never good when it's pirates. Why is he weak?
why is he weak? His best importer of Drakari weaponry just got killed. You think he got that agonizer lash from nowhere? I don't know. Avril never revealed to us exactly what his secrets were, but he had a strange ability to somehow always locate whatever Carnicus needed. His best supplier just got killed out of nowhere. His best money-making scheme. Yeah, technically, Avril sold a lot of stuff to the Emporial. The other half, in exchange for, well, a whole lot of financing, was given to Avril. They were partners in crime. It was fairly well known by anyone who knew the man well. The Emporial caught on, but I think were just happy enough to have things to resell to never mention it. He lost his best supplier and his best source of exploitable income. So he's going to have to deal with the fact that his best profit maker has just dropped off the face of the galaxy. For good. Normally he has plenty of money to throw around. With Avril gone, his ability to spend as much as a small, well-established Imperial dynasty, well, that's probably going to go out the window with it. He's going to need to find another way to make money. And he's not happy about it.
So he's trying to make good tidings with my current Lord Captain.
Potentially. We never really know what's going on in his head. Well, Avril did. Only reason why Avril didn't get himself killed earlier. Carnicus is prone to fits of violence, let's put it that way.
I never got your name.
She does not have one in my notes, but I have. Let me give her one. Sorry, I'm having to actually pull up actual, like, chart here. Haya. Or, actually, we're gonna pronounce it Haya. Haya.
Hey,
Hey,
Haya.
Hey, yeah.
Haya.
Mm. And she just
Haya.
hears pleasure.
Affiliated with... In case you need to find me, feel free to contact the Cosbalica faction. I'm sure you'll be able to find them.
They interested in rogue traders?
They're interested in anything that'll get them more influence.
Understood.
Whether everyone else wants to admit it or not, they run the station when you guys aren't here.
That is... I'm saying this as a player, that is really good information to know.
Yep.
And...
Out of context, you know, Tokara, who's Diego has as the liege in his game, in standard footfall lore, he is the right hand of the liege, and he does, even when he isn't, the liege in lore, he effectively runs the place. And that's the faction he's affiliated with.
The Casbalica mission are seen as little more than a common criminal syndicate, but they're also one of the most powerful factions in the Cronus Expanse.
Yep.
Got a business card?
You see her basically kind of reach into one of her pockets and basically just, like how she's been dealing cards, she basically deals you a business card.
Gradius pockets it. I'm pretty sure she would have at least played the game in a way where it ended in a draw so I don't lose my power axe.
Yeah, you don't end up losing it. Effectively, she purposely manipulates the cards so you tie with the house.
And then from there, Gradius is gonna go, I appreciate the mutual information. Any questions you have for me?
At the moment, no. But if you come back here, we might.
Look for it for business. As Gradius, he tips.
Alrighty.
And then from there, he just returns to Clovis's side.
Alrighty, let me put the fact that you actually did manage to learn that the reason why Carlos is so pissed right now is because Abra was his best supplier.
I wasn't expecting that to work at all, so, yeah, I was fully prepared to lose the power axe.
Nah, I'm not that mean.
So... before I leave, can I tell, like, which of the players that might be a bit, pissed at her? Like, they're going to try to plot revenge kind of pissed?
Honestly, most of them are too drunk to probably remember her. Even if she's in a fairly flashy outfit. You could tell that a couple of them kind of storm off a little pissed, but you think it's more of a, like, drunken rage more than they're actually gonna put a gun to her head in the future kind of rage.
Good to know. Alright, that's Gradius's, that's what I do for Gradius.
Alrighty. Urizen, what would you be
Yes.
doing during all the gremlin shenanigans that just went down?
Gremlin shenanigans go burr. Who's left?
The hired enforcers from Carnicus. So, they weren't actually with him. They just obviously know him. You can assume that since they weren't actively with him, he's probably hired them in the past, or at least they know of him. But they weren't actively in his service, which means they're probably allowed to talk more than the people actively, worried about getting smited are. They also are the ones who yeah, they're also the ones who gave him shit for bringing in what they thought was a throne agent.
Yeah,
They
let's go
basically
down to them.
you brought in a throne agent, and he basically went, dude, he's a rogue traitor, shut up. Alrighty, so what do you say as you walk up to them? Currently, you see they're basically, as you kind of are listening in, I'll give this to you for free, since,
Yippee!
you basically hear them they're basically casually conversing about what you can only assume is just standard footfall, basically talking about, some people who have been hiring and doing business with the tutors as an organization, talking about a guy they scammed the other day. Basically, they're casually just talking about business endeavors. Nothing super important, though. You do hear the other three get a good chuckle when they hear about the guy that got scammed. They basically go, "Yeah, he was an asshole." Keep in mind, these guys are slavers. They're also assholes, but shh.
Morality is relative.
Exactly. You see, as you basically, approach them. Yeah, and he actually wanted to sell kids. Can you believe that? Children. We have more standards than that. Yeah, plus, kids can't do anything. All they do is whine and cry, and whining and crying isn't really useful. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Context, wow.
This is 40K, Tam.
But literally, who is that?
The women and children. Yeah, we'll use them as shields. That's pretty much the mentality. Anyway.
Yeah. Hello there.
They kind of look. Whoa. Fancy helmet.
Yeah.
You see him, you see one of them kind of look. You with the rogue trader guy? Clovis, whatever long Inquisition name he had was?
That's me.
You
Well,
see him
Yes,
kind
I
of.
work for him.
You see him kind of blink a few times. And you see one of them, the guy who originally noted the helmet. Helmet for sale?
No. I'm definitely keeping this.
Yeah. You see him kind of muttering, hear him muttering to each other. An archaeotech like that would be worth a fortune. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's Rogue Trader Giants. They probably have lots of shit like that. You see him kind of look. One of them, the guy who's obviously the leader of the group, the one who initially gave Carnicus a whole bunch of shit, kind of looks to you. So what's a rogue trader and his retinue doing in a place like this? Last I checked, you guys were pretty high up in the we don't mess around with criminals pecking order. You technically own the station when you're here. What's the point of coming, well, frankly, down to the worst parts of the Void Station?
Not my place to say.
You see one of them kind of look. Carnicus probably owed someone money. How would Carnicus be indebted to a new rogue trader? Just because he owes a lot of people money doesn't mean you get into debt with a rogue trader that quickly. I mean, he's not in debt with that many people right now anyways. Oh yeah, that's about to change.
As I said, not my place to say. If you're
Fair
curious,
enough.
take it up with my captain.
Oh, you see them kind of look at each other? Yeah, I think we'll all pass. Just because he's an ex-Throne agent doesn't mean he's not wearing the uniform, and I'm sure you know how much the Imperium, especially the Inquisition, likes those they deem to be heretical and criminal.
Smart man.
You see him kind of shrug. Call it survival instinct. I don't really feel like getting shot today.
Fair. Got plenty of that myself.
You see him kind of look you up and down. Tau physique is a little bit strange, no matter what clothes you're wearing. I'm gonna have him roll a lot.
Also, I'm kind of shaking. Very minutely, but, he's scared.
As, oh goddamn, okay. You see him kind of look, and
Sorry.
You
would,
see-
can Gradius stand behind Urzin?
this is all kind of going on at the same time, so at this point you'd be basically finishing up with a psyker.
Got it.
But you see one of them, the guy who's talking, you know the homophobic dog I know that you are, look?
Yes.
He kind
You
of
sent
gives
me
you
that meme so many times.
He gives you that look, and he kind of goes,
Oh, no.
"Oh, so that's what the helmet's for." You see the other three look at him like he's crazy. For what? dude, you can't just leave us in the dark. You hear him basically whisper to the other ones, so they all simultaneously go, oh! That would explain why his limbs are like that. Yeah, they're kind of joined a little weird. Look at how the bottoms of his legs work. They basically all start, basically muttering to each other.
Fuck.
They don't seem... They're obviously not ready to shoot you. They don't particularly care, it doesn't look like.
Fair. Well, I guess you figured it out.
I mean, he kind of looks. I'm just saying. Man's hiding you pretty well.
I got April to thank for that, mostly. He needs his pilots on planet side, and not
wait.
everyone's... Oh, what?
You're his pilot?
Yeah.
Are you the one who crashed his ship into, like, the left side of Footfall that one time on accident, or was that someone else?
That was the guy I took over from.
Ah, okay, gotcha. You see you see him looking... Because I wanted to thank the guy who did that. There was an entire faction that, well, let's just say they weren't happy that we'd recently may or may not have exploited. We cut them a deal that was definitely not to their favor due to the fine print. And crashing into that section of Footfall meant they all got thrown out into the vacuum of space. So, your guy probably did get fired because, I wouldn't want to crash a frigate into a space station by any means. We all was solid.
Understood.
He's probably dead now, huh? Or one of those servitors you all like to keep around.
Does a bullet through the skull count as dead?
Yeah,
I think so.
You see, you kind of look to each other. Yeah, probably pretty dead, especially if he wasn't wearing armor.
Why we were armor on the ship?
Fair enough. So as you're all kind of conversing, you all start finishing up. Clovis, you end up basically finishing up, and you see Carnicus come out with, a scowl on his face and what looks to be a thoroughly traumatized bartender in tow. And he just kind of basically rubs his temples. Alright, I've got the money secured. There should be a couple safes worth of thrones in there. He very, discreetly hands you, a slip of paper. Those are all the codes. They should be the ones to the far left. 4 of them. Your enforcer should be able to take them, and you should be able to get out of here. My apologies for the wait. Someone, he looks at the bartender, changed the codes thinking I wouldn't notice.
I see. Well, I don't quite mind the wait. It was educational for a number of my men, it would seem. I believe I shall be taking what is owed, and I shall be on my merry way, unless you can suggest a place where I can do business and find supplies, armaments, munitions, that sort of thing.
You can find him most places around the station. Though, if you don't want to get ripped off, you see him basically pull out a data slate and send you, effectively a comprehensive list. Avoid the first list, trade with the second. They should cut you better deals than the people on the first. If some of them might be out of stock, so you might have to take the higher prices, but from my experience, it should get you things for less of a rip-off price. It's still Footfall.
I appreciate the heads up. Shall we have a toast? Shall we share libations to celebrate the shared closing of our narrative at this moment?
Sure.
Oh, and get me some decent Amasec, would you? I don't want to drink motor oil tonight.
You see him kind of, give you, a knowing nod. Oh, trust me. I feel you. You see him kind of look to the I would like to mention thoroughly traumatized bartender, and you can notice that he appears to have like a couple less fingers than he originally did. The wounds have been cauterized, it looks like, and are actively bleeding, but he's missing 2 fingers.
Uh-oh.
The fact that, honestly, he didn't get straight up executed is a little bit shocking. For, trying to change the codes and double-cross a guy who basically went, hey, I'm giving you a whole bunch of money to, be trusted with. You think that if he'd stolen some, you probably wouldn't have seen him again, but as it stands, he just looks to him. You heard the man. So, you're given a toast, and as you do so, Ron.
That's me.
As you're kind of standing by, Clovis, the toast is getting prepared. You hear one of the grunts at, these 4 at this back table basically, whistle at you. You hear one of them basically whistle. Hey, if it isn't Ronald the bitch boy! How are you doing? Skill scraping by like you did under... The man who's yelling gets slapped by one of the other guys. Fucking shut your mouth, mate! Konica said not to mention anything that happens in the Red Scholar. You see the second man trail off. Oh, shit. Well, we better not say anything more about what happens to the bitch boys in the Red Scholar. The third and fourth grunts just kind of roll their eyes. The fourth one gets all the mugs to get another round of beer. And the third one looks to the first 2 disapprovingly before smacking the second one upside the head with the butt of his autogun. Shut your mouths, both of you! You're too drunk to be out canoodling with one of the bitch boys. God Emperor knows. This right, Konicus is probably gonna tear your spines out.
Ooh.
What did any of that mean?
They recognize you. For
Oh,
one
okay.
reason or another. You definitely don't recognize them.
I recognize what the Red Scholar is.
Out of context, Ronald, you would too. That's the headquarter of the Tutors.
Ah, cool.
The slavery faction.
Ah, yeah. Cool. Great. Yeah, Ron kind of I would say he gives him a look, but you can't really read his expression. Visor, but he kind of gives them a look and he goes, "Could you not call me bitch boy in public, please?"
Wait. You saying your name's actually Bitch Boy?
No.
Oh.
Well, it's my middle name.
You see them all basically start chortling as one of them basically goes to reach for a glass of ale, remembers the fourth one took it, and just kind of looks extremely sad before continuing to laugh.
Oh.
He's actually called Bitch Boy. Really, I can't believe it.
I want to shoot myself.
By this point,
By
I'm
now,
able to return.
Gradius, yes, you would be overhearing this conversation, and you basically see them all laughing, pointing fingers, and basically gossiping like high school girls, and laughing at the fact that Ronald's name is in fact Bitch Boy.
So Gradius walks up, and he basically kind of he walks beside Ron, and then Gradius basically you know how when people they kind of stomp their weapon onto the ground to make a ringing noise? I intend to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go, "There a problem?"
No. We just recognize him. And his name is Bitch Boy.
Oi, 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 oi,
Yeah,
oi.
effectively, Diego. That is the sound they're making.
That's funny. I see
Why?
I see a gaggle of them right now.
They're really
Nice.
drunk. I'm gonna roll to see if they realize what you mean. Okay, yeah, they do. Hey! We ain't the ones who were sold into slavery because they were idiots. Oh, shit, I wasn't supposed to talk about that. You see the third one smack the second one over the head with his autogun again? I swear to the God Emperor! What did I say? You're too drunk to be talking to anyone. You guys just shut your mouths or I'm gonna drag you out of here. Now we need another round of beer. More beer. You see the third one just basically bury his head in his hands like he's about to have an aneurysm.
Clovis walks over now, drink in hand. Is something the matter?
You see the only two who are, the two who are extremely drunk kind of look and they point to Ronald. We know him. His name's actually Bitch Boy. That's just what we used to call him.
Middle lane.
Still counts.
Ugh.
Mm.
You recognize these fine gentlemen, then, Seneschal?
Do I, Elun? Do I
Ron, you
recognize
have
these
no
guys?
clue who these guys are. Like, they definitely recognize you, but you have no fucking clue who these guys are. You've met so many random people in Footfall over your time here. You wouldn't remember a couple of random jobbers, but for some
Yeah, I
reason
don't
you
have
made an impression
total
on
recall.
them.
Ron kind of like turns and like looks down at Clovis and he goes, I don't have the slightest clue.
Then why on earth are they making such a hollering?
They
Is your
recognize me. from my
middle
old
name
work.
actually Bitch Boy?
Yes, Captain.
You continue to disappoint me.
Balloon,
I'm quoting that. Yes, Will.
can I actually like look around to see if there's anyone that's showing a keen interest? Because Gradius is beginning to think that these guys were sent here to harass Ron.
Parnicus's bodyguard with the chainsword, you notice, is watching Ron with a very hooded expression. He hasn't said a word the entire time you're here, but he's the only one who doesn't bear the mark of the tutors. You can assume that he's actually part of Carnicus's like ship crew. And he kind of has a hand on his chainsword, though his malice seems to be pointed at the two guys, not at Ron, even though he is watching Ron with interest.
Is he faking that he cares?
About Ron or about the two guys?
Yeah, the concern of Ron's feelings and all this.
Oh, he's obviously not concerned about Ron's feelings. But you get a sense that he's making sure, whether the drunk guys know it or not, if they start talking too much, he is not going to hesitate to just cut their heads off.
Got it.
The drunk guys, obviously, looking at his body language, the drunk guys know something that they may spill that this guy doesn't want them to.
Interesting.
Balloon. Grace is gonna go. He's gonna go. You know what? You lot seem pretty fine, and then from there, I buy them around.
Okay, so you basically buy them around a beer, and they go, hell yeah, more beer! And the third one at this point is basically just not talking, just like, I don't want to be killed, I don't want to be killed, those guys are idiots, I'm not associated.
Before they take it, though, holding like the platter for the beverages, I am going to, before I hand it to them, I'm going to, before they grab it, I kind of like jerk my hand away a little. And I go, what brought you lot over here to say hello to our dear Seneschal?
Oh, Seneschal? Well, you see, he's one of the few guys Carnicus actually genuinely lost. And it's funny. Yeah, it's funny.
What do you mean by lost? As I hand one of them the beverage.
Well, you see, Carnicus wanted to rip off his legs and sell them because they're weird and the Mechanicus would pay a fortune for them. But before he could, they kind of looked around. Somehow he got away. We don't really know why. It was funny though. Yeah, it was funny. He somehow got away. You see on the other side of the bar, Carnicus isn't listening, but you hear the very telltale sign of someone switching off the safety on, you hear like a familiar click. Carnicus's bodyguard just let off the safety on his chainsword.
And he goes, anything in particular about these legs?
Well,
I hand the other guy a drink.
You see the other guy kind of taking off. No clue. That's what Carnicus is trying to find out. Why I wanted to sell him the Mechanicus. The Mechanicus wanted to know. You see him kind of look. Well, some random Xenos trader and his pet psyker made off with him before Carnicus got a hold of him again. But, shit happens. You see, as they're basically drinking, you hear a couple of things. You hear the sound of a chainsaw revving. You hear the sounds of guns being drawn. 2 screams, blood splattering, and you see Carnicus' enforcer basically has decapitated one of the drunk guys, and Carnicus kind of looks over like, what? Huh? What's going on? Draws his whip, and looks to the other 2 members, before his bodyguard basically stares down at the one remaining drunk guy who was talking. What did he say? About saying shit to ruin his reputation. You see the psyker at the gambling table, basically stand up. Secrets? You just decapitated 2 of our underlings, you fucking slaver! Cacophony immediately breaks out in the bar as autoguns and lasguns are drawn, automatic bursts are being fired every which way, the tutor's 2 melee weapons begin cracking and sawing, the only uninvolved party members being the Obsidian Imperial members, who basically quickly duck onto the tables to take cover. Everybody roll for initiative as a massive bar fight breaks out.
Oh boy. I love causing issues by existing.
This isn't my fault, by the way.
No, it's not. They would have talked anyway.
Save. And I don't think I have any modifiers to that. Oh wait, I do. I'm stupid. Hold on.
I was about to say, you have no agility bonus? Is this
5 plus 7, so 12. I rolled
Hold
I
on.
got a 12.
This is a remix of the Empress of Light theme, yes.
Ah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
My initiative's 12.
10.
Also, as the fight breaks out, everyone please make me a dodge plus 20 test. Because you
Okay.
guys
Oh, boy.
are in the line of fire, but you're not actively targets.
Dodge is
Oh, please tell me.
agility. So I have to be. I have to beat
that
a
succeeds.
90. I have to beat a 90. I love my life.
I had to beat a 60. I succeeded.
That's a fail on my part, because
Oh, I
I'm
definitely
short
succeed.
by 7.
You're short by 7, okay.
Yeah. How many more fate points do I have? I have... Where did I have my fate points listed down? I have them somewhere
I'll
around here.
organize initiative.
Oh, 3.
The jobbers are just
so
being
I have
counted at
2.
0. They're the guys who are all just randomly fighting. Karnak is the only main NPC that matters. And technically the Psyker, but the Psyker also doesn't matter. Basically, everyone is trying to kill each other right about now.
We're ready for bar fights, I guess.
Yep. An accidental bar fight has been started. Who succeeded? Who failed their dodge test?
I did.
Okay.
What's Carnicus's modifier?
4.
Okay, I go before him then.
Yes, you do. Okay. I need to roll some dice in private. Gradius, you get hit with lasgun fire. 1 shot of lasgun fire. As you basically duck out of the way, you're not quite quick enough, and one of the shots does clip your leg, but only barely. Your toughness bonus does apply. You take, this is just a standard lasgun. That is a d20. You take 7 points of energy damage. 0 penetration.
Okay, I have armor of 5.
Okay, and what's your toughness
And
bonus?
toughness bonus?
Toughness plus 4.
Yeah, you take no damage. You basically get shot by the lasgun fire, but your armor and, your just natural bulk as a Skitaru completely absorbs the blow.
Sorry, Skid, that's a 12.
Alun,
You didn't add your modifiers.
can I do... I guess you won't get this reference. Can I do the Terminator 2 thing of body blocking, Clovis?
Yes, you'll take...
I'll eat the shot.
You're not this... Okay, the shot that hit Clovis would have been autogun fire, which is actually better. Let's see how many shots he would have been hit by. He would have been hit by 2 shots of autogun fire, which do a d10 plus 3 each with no penetration. The first one does 5 points of damage, no penetration. The second one does 10 points of damage, no penetration. Your toughness bonus doesn't apply to these 2. So 5 and 10, but they are both reduced by your armor. So I'm assuming the first one does nothing.
First one, yes.
And the second one does 10 total damage.
Mm-hmm.
So how much do you take?
5 plus... So I'll probably take 1 point of damage from that second shot.
You don't have your toughness bonus for the second one.
Oh,
though.
so that means I take 5 points of damage then.
Okay, you take 5 points of damage for the second one, but Clovis takes no damage, as you basically shove him out of the way and take the bullets that would have hit him instead. As you basically feel one hit your arm, again, you just kind of absorb it. Your armor, as a Skitari, doesn't matter to you. You kind of shrug it off. The second one, though, hits a part where you still have some skin and some flesh in your torso. Your armor doesn't completely block it, and you do feel like an ache. Like, ow, that actually hurt. Alrighty. So, it should be mentioned, no one is currently pissed at you. You guys are just caught in the crossfire. You guys can just run the fuck out of here if you want. That being said, Urizen, you're up. Everyone on slide 8 is where the map is.
Slide 8, I can do that. Remind me, what's the gold thing?
What gold thing?
With the anvil?
Oh, that's... The exit is... Let me put a square, a pink
yes.
square where the exit is. That's the map. Please put that back.
Sorry.
The exit is over... To get out of this area entirely is over here.
Okay. Captain? Leaving or staying?
This is
Fine.
not our quarrel. I suggest we leave.
Yeah, your enforcers have already left with the money. It should be mentioned as well. You got
Got
what
it.
you came here for.
I'm going to turn and open the door to get out.
Alrighty, there
Goodbye.
are 2 enforcers here who have basically heard the gunfire and are just going to start indiscriminately shooting unless they recognize their men. However, they go on the jobber's turn, so you can, in theory, just shove past.
Lovely! Gonna do that.
What action are you taking for movement?
Normal. Just running.
There's a difference between running and, a full move. Running
Half
means-
action.
Half action? Okay, that's a half move.
Mm-hmm.
So you move your agility bonus.
I moved my agility bonus, which means I moved 7.
Okay, I'm looking at your token. That would get you roughly to here if you were just sprinting towards the exit.
Lovely. Doing
Actually,
that.
more like here. Alrighty. Half action, you have
Doing
sprinted
that.
that far.
Just gonna exist now. I'm good.
You still have another half action.
I know, but I don't know what to. Actually, I could shoot them.
You could.
I'm gonna shoot them.
Okay, which one of these two?
The closer one.
Okay, this one. You're in short range with a hand cannon, so add a +10.
Yippee!
Oh. How many degrees of success is that?
Let's see. My ballistic is 56. 5.
Okay. 2 extra dice.
Yikes!
Yippee. Hand cannon is 3d10 plus 5. Oh god.
Does the extra dice apply even when you're not doing autos?
Yeah. It just does
Oh.
extra damage,
Okay.
not extra shots. Yeah, you shoot him clean through. You basically pull up your pistol. As you basically sprint by him, he points his gun at you. You shoot first, straight through the head, and his brains go blasting all over his buddy. He's dead.
And I can do that again.
No, you already moved as a half action.
But the 10.
Oh, yeah, never mind, you're right. Roll for the other guy.
Thank
Righteous
you.
Fury.
Balloon. Does the plus 10 still apply?
Yes, you're still in short range.
Yippee. That also succeeds.
Okay, roll damage.
Yippee. Still 5d10?
No.
No.
And it should have done 3d10 the first
Oh,
time. What the fuck is
right.
that 5d10 for? It's for every 2 degrees. Either way, he'd still be fucking dead.
Oh.
And I'll give you the 10 anyway, but only roll 1d10, mate. It's for every
it's
2 degrees
3D10.
you get an extra dice.
The hand cannon's 3d10 plus 5.
No, it's not.
Yes,
It's
it
1d10 plus 4.
Mine, the one I looked up said 3d10 plus 5.
The one in the core rulebook says hand cannon, pistol 35 meters, single shot, 1d10 plus 4 impact, 2 penetration.
Okay.
Unless it's like a very good quality one, in which case there might be a bonus to that number.
But that's
It's
not what this is.
best, but sure.
Then, yeah, that doesn't mean anything other than it can't jam.
Cool.
If it's best craftsmanship, then that means doesn't it get a +1 to damage?
Yeah, so it would be plus 5 still.
No, the +1 to damage only applies if it's a melee weapon.
Actually, apparently the craftsmanship bonuses apply for both,
I'm confused.
This is just what it says in the Game Master's kit, so I'm just gonna go with that this is what craftsmanship does.
Oh, cool.
Anyway.
So,
That's 1d10 plus 5, mate.
cool. Ta!
Let me check.
Damn.
Penetration of 3 applies
I can
toughness
do that
bonus.
again.
Keep in
Those are
mind your
great or
clip.
good.
Keep in mind your clip, mate. I will say.
My clip is 200.
Your clip
No,
is
that's-
5.
My clip is 5. Did I mess up numbers? I might have messed up numbers. Anyway,
Yeah, 200 and 5 are very different. Your clip is 5.
my clip is 5.
So you've used 2 shots so far. So
Mhm.
make sure to mark that down because it's 2 full rounds to reload. That being
Mhm.
said, yes, you can attack again. This is your last attack no matter what tens you roll.
Is he dead yet?
No, he's alive.
Okay.
Reroll. That's so weird.
Yeah, I was about to say, I had a button. Weird.
That's normally how you get the dice to roll. You have to hit a button.
He is going to attempt to dodge. He succeeds with flying colors.
Damn
You
it.
go to shoot him again, and he basically ducks out of the way as your shot clinks against metal.
Okay.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Alrighty, next up is Ron.
That's me. I'm going to use my full action to run,
Your full action to run. Alrighty, you can move 3 times your agility bonus.
which is 24. I think I can get almost to there.
Your agility's over 60?
Well, run. It says 24.
Run, full movement, move triple.
That's what it calculated on the character sheet.
Okay, we'll agree with the character sheet then, but yeah, you can get out.
Okay.
You can just straight up leave, so you leave.
I leave. Ron will like turn back to Urizen and he just goes, "That was wholly unnecessary." As he runs backwards for it, and you like see like his legs actually bend when he runs, which is weird because they don't do that normally. Yeah. Weird. His legs bend.
Alrighty.
Gross.
Ron, is at the end of your turn.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Carnicus is going to whip the shit out of that psyker.
Uh-oh.
What is his weapon skill? This has a... Oh, Jesus Christ, it does have range on it. Oh yeah, that is a natural 12.
I'd like to spend a
Deals.
fate point to have him re-roll that.
Why? It's on the psyker. I mean, sure, okay.
We don't care about the psyker.
Natural 5.
Alright then, I tried.
Alrighty.
Oh wait, if the psychic dies, the psychic bike back. Oh fuck, we need to get out of here.
Yep.
Okay, so Elin, I have figured it out. On the character sheet, it classifies run as your agility bonus times 6.
Oh, because it's counting triple your full move. That's why. Okay. No, that checks out. Alright.
Yeah.
That being said, yeah, you are gonna want to get out of here because this is unparryable. With tearing.
Fuck.
Alrighty.
The way tearing works is you roll 2 dice, and whichever one is
know,
the highest
I
number,
know.
you keep it.
Trust me, I'm aware. Penetration of 6. Yeah, you basically watch as he takes his whip out, crack! You just see her basically buzz and just straight up fall over dead.
Oh, yikes.
Ron, you feel a chill go up your spine as you all hear Carnicus yell, "Alright boys, get out of here! Before this place blows!" That's a half action. means that he still has a half move. Alrighty. Bop. That's the end of his turn. Next up is Clovis.
Who was the fucker that shot me? Or who would have
Trying
shot
to
me?
shoot you? One of the random goons. Technically, one of these guys is dead, and this guy's over here. One of the random goons, like at the gambling table.
That's the fucker that would have shot me if Gradius
him-
didn't take the bullet.
I'll trim him in green because he tried to shoot you. The one who's trimmed in green's the fucker who tried to shoot you.
I want to get a pot shot off with my naval pistol that I picked up off of
Avril.
Yeah.
Alrighty, you are, I believe, in short range with a naval pistol. Let me check to make sure. Yes. Roll to hit.
Yes. Okay, let's see. 37. Ballistic skill of 42.
Oh yeah, pass with flying colors, not flying colors, but you hit. Roll a d10 plus 4 with tearing. So technically 2d10 and then take the higher value.
Yep, 2d10 plus 4.
Holy
10.
shit, 14.
That's a
And that's an
14.
Emperor's Fury, so you get another, or Righteous Fury, so you get a free shot. Alrighty, you basically take out your naval pistol. Does it have a penetration on it?
The
No.
naval
but this-
pistol has a penetration of nothing.
Yeah, okay. He's not wearing great armor, but he is wearing something. So you take out your gun, and you basically let off a round at the guy who would have hit you had Gradius not stepped in the way. And you basically watch as you just straight up blow off his head. Actually, no. Tam blew off one's head. You basically shoot him straight through the heart, and you watch guts fly out the other end. That guy's just straight up dead.
He looks towards the rest of the gamblers. Let that be a lesson for you. Good day now. And he just like holsters the gun and like walks out.
Alrighty, you have a half move, so your agility bonus.
So that's about 4. Would that get me out here?
Yeah, they get you to about there.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That's the end of my turn. That was so fucking cool. Like I just
Yeah, you just drew your freaking pistol and just straight up blasted that guy's stomach out.
gave the rest of them a warning not to try that with me again, and I just walk out like a badass.
They weren't aiming at you, you just got caught in the crossfire, but yeah. Gradius, you're up.
Alrighty then. Dang. I was hoping that we can get that Psyker out so that way we could use it to build goodwill with the faction.
Yeah, unfortunately she's the one who accused him, so he basically just went, yeah, I'm just gonna let this entire place blow and let the drunk idiots deal with the, warp phenomena. Not my problem. Gives Gradius another reason to hate pirates.
Yeah. I worked hard on that deal.
Yeah, that kind of went up in smoke, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so much for that. So much for that. Anyways, I'm assuming my teammates are already back in the hallway.
Yeah, you can see where their tokens are. These two. This guy's, by the way, incredibly pissed at Urizen.
Which guy?
This guy. I'll trim him in blue because he wants to attack Urizen.
I'm gonna fucking charge at him.
Alrighty. Roll to hit with a melee attack with the charge bonus.
Alrighty.
This is a full action?
Yep. And I'm going to use my my Logis.
Okay, roll tech use.
So rolling tech first. Let's see.
No Logis for you because you don't get the advantage of a combi tool. It's in your brain.
Alright then.
No Logis for you.
I need to figure out how to add soundboards because I really wanted to do a sound effect of like a train chugging. Just like a train whistle and like getting close.
I'm imagining the Ed. I'm just imagining the Ed.
I can add sounds.
Train whistle, or the.
That's what I was also thinking. I need to figure out how to do that.
You can. It's I'm pretty sure right below
is a charge. So altogether.
Plus 10 to weapon skill.
Yep. So plus 10.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, mate. Roll damage.
You got an 18, buddy. You're gonna fuck this guy's schnutz up.
Yep.
He doesn't have a reaction. He dodged the second bullet fire.
Alrighty. D10 plus 12. And for melee combat, there's no extra dice for damage?
No.
That sucks.
It just makes it harder for them to dodge or parry.
Got it. I come at
Doesn't
him.
fucking matter. Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
You basically run towards him, cut him one shoulder down to the opposite hip as you basically cut him diagonally in half. He's very dead. That's a corpse on the ground.
Thank you, sir.
As Gradius is like basically covered in blood and viscera, and he looks at you and he's gonna go. He's gonna look at you. He's gonna go. No issues here. As I basically pull like bone shards out of my armor.
Alrighty. So, for the jobbers, the Imperial members all just basically sprint out in various directions at, maximum speed. They're going to be going alternate routes to you guys, because you guys are trying to get back over to where your ship is. So these guys basically all sprint out a door. These two sprint, basically shove past people and sprint out this door. You basically watch as the Imperial officers just run. And then everyone else, I'm going to roll a couple of tests for them. I'm just going to be doing some mass combat rules. That is a 91. The jobbers for not Carnicus are rolling like shit. Wow, no one can hit anyone. That's an 87. Okay, so you basically hear in the background, like, pew, 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 bam, 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 pew, 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 bam, 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 bam. And, like, one guy dies. Lovely. Alrighty. But you do hear, by the way, Clovis, you're close enough, you do hear, why did the music bot just stop?
No idea.
Convenient timing.
Oh, never mind. It decided it wanted to work again. Alrighty.
It's
So you
probably like one of those like
Maybe
fade
there was
out
a gap in
songs.
the loop.
Yeah, you basically hear Clovis as you run out. Those fuckers! The fucking rogue trader shot one of our guys! Get him! Alrighty. That's the end of their turns. They're all too busy firing off full auto fire and, ducking and pinning, and basically, they're too busy all shooting each other in there for it to matter. Alrighty, Urizen.
Yes.
I'm assuming you leave.
Yep. Leaving.
Please move yourself off the map.
Goodbye.
Ron has already left. It doesn't really
I
matter.
have in fact left.
Carnicus has a run stat of 24. He'd end up getting roughly over here, and he's actually going to split off from you guys anyway. So he basically gets out this door, and basically, you see him basically shove through what you guys didn't even know was a passageway, and he just basically runs off into fuck knows where. Next up, Clovis.
I am just going to be speed walking out of here. No one can stop me.
Speed walking like a true inquisitor. He never runs away. He merely walks away quickly. Gradius, you're up.
This establishment is no longer 5 stars. I'm out of here. I don't know why I'm JFK, but I am, so bear with me.
Gradius, you're up.
Alright.
Oh man, if I went with a JFK voice for Clovis, that would be fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
I would.
Okay.
You want to see something weird, Marilyn? Take off my pants.
No!
Let's see. 1, 2. Am I able to just regroup the party?
Yeah, you're able to just sprint out.
Okay.
Take the run action. Neum. Alrighty. You guys all basically run full speed out of here. You saw the Psyker go down, and all your immediate reactions, especially Ron, as you basically hear, feel like a severe chill of psychic power. Oh shit. And,
Yeah, fuck this shit, I'm out.
you guys all just basically sprint full speed out of there. And eventually, as you're basically sprinting back the way you guys came, with, Gradius leading you because he has perfect memory, you basically see your enforcer. You see your enforcer is kind of carrying a couple safes, and you hear him singing, 12 bottles of beer on the wall, 12 bottles of... Oh, shit! Hey, Lord Captain! What's wrong? Why are you running?
Wait, who is this again?
Your enforcers. You've effectively caught up with them as they're carrying the crates.
We have a bit of a situation unfolding behind us, so we are going to let's hurry along now. Hurry along. Let's go.
Alrighty, you see them all basically start speed walking, each of them are, there's basically 2 of them per crate. So your squadron of enforcers basically start jogging along behind you, safes full of money in hand.
Ron is jogging and his knees are actually bending, and now that you're watching him walk somewhat normally, or run somewhat normally, it's kind of uncanny. Just, ugh.
Okay,
Gross.
so you guys, you eventually, with the money, you get far enough away that you guys start walking, and you make it back to the ship with the money all in one piece. Now, this is the part of the session where I'm going to have you guys all roll tests. Between Carnicus's info and the fact that he just handed you 4 safes full of money, all your acquisition tests are going to be made with a plus 10 bonus. So, let us look at your shopping list, shall we?
Yay.
Let me roll to see who gets to roll acquisition tests first.
I do still also need to acquire that gun for Clovis.
That will be
so that
after.
so that way Clovis doesn't think I'm a loser.
Clovis,
I mean, I am.
Diego, you
but-
get to roll acquisition tests first. Let me check the rarity on that stuff.
Oh boy. I asked for some pretty high-end stuff.
What is the targeting monocle in?
It's also, I believe, in...
Into the Storm?
Yeah.
Oh, of course it is. Sorry. I'm just
No, it's
modeling
okay. Into the Storm has some pretty cool shit, not gonna lie.
I know, it's just that it doesn't have an easy,
It is considered very rare.
Very rare. Okay. Let's do the Ripper pistol first.
Yes.
I'm just gonna go in order. So the Ripper pistol is a...
Also in the same book.
I know, it's also in the same book, I'm just finding it. The Ripper pistol is considered extremely rare.
Which doesn't really make sense. You think that thing would be a bit more common, but yeah, let's go with it, I guess.
Apparently not. I need to check my own table. My tables.
You have your own tables for this session?
I don't have my own tables, but I have the tables an easy access. Extremely rare where you guys are is normally with a minus 20, so you will be making this test with a minus 10. So you, with a profit factor of 39, you will need to be a 29 in order to successfully acquire it.
Oh boy.
That being said, roll away.
Asking for a higher quality of it is makes it take longer.
It just makes it take longer, but you guys are gonna have to be here for a bit to, restock everything anyways. So as long as it's not like multiple months, I don't care. I'm gonna place Footfall as not more than 10 million people. I'll put it in between 1 million and 10 million.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing. Let me check the rules of acquisition because I want to see how far I can stretch it. I just want to check. I'm just checking the. Okay, so
for a settlement, we're gonna do it in under 10 million category. So a common craftsmanship one would take 1 week normally, which is more than fair.
And a good craftsmanship would take 2 weeks. Best would take 3 weeks.
Yes.
And we are probably not going to be here for a whole month.
No, so 2 weeks is probably your best bet. So a good craftsmanship one would be fair enough to ask for.
I'm gonna go for the good quality.
Okay, good quality. It'd take 2 weeks, which is just basically going to be skipped.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I need to beat a
29
100?
or lower. 29 or lower.
Oh, come on, big money, no whammies. Come on.
Pistol. Yo!
Holy
Alrighty.
fuck. Nice.
Yes.
So you do some snooping around. You send out Loka and yourself on some field work, and you manage to locate someone. You manage to locate a contact that knows the location of one. Actually manage to get in contact with him, source the pistol, and you find one. Little surprising, honestly, given that this is so far removed from the environment you normally find the Ripper pistol from, but you do manage to get the deal thoroughly placed.
Excellent. Clovis has no need for a bolter. He's not an Astartes or an Adeptus Arbites. He needs something discreet, but also effective. And there's nothing more terrifying than a person seeing his organs liquefy from what looks to be a normal auto pistol. And also from a pragmatic sense, he's going into, a death world eventually, and he's facing God knows what type of alien creatures and mutants. So like, honestly, having a gun that shoots poison bullets is probably like just not overkill. It's like something that he would actually keep him alive.
Yeah. You find it.
Yeah.
Next up, the monocle.
Yeah, let's roll for that. Let's just
Very
go
rare?
for
You said?
yeah. Let's just. I believe it was also it was very rare.
Then just flat, so 39 or lower.
Okay. Let's go with It doesn't confer any bonuses if it's good or common quality.
No, good or common, I believe, are just going to give you... It just basically means how fancy it is, common or above.
I think I'm gonna go with good.
Good for the funny. Alright, roll them.
Yeah.
See if you can find it.
Oh yeah,
No.
no, I don't find it. That's fair. I got the Ripper pistol. I'm happy with that.
So you basically, you go and you're looking and you're poking around a little bit and you think you found one. You place the order, but you think to yourself, wow, this really didn't seem super expensive for what I asked. Yeah, it's not at all what you asked for. You basically get, instead of a targeting monocle, you get what appears to be like a prescription reading monocle. That doesn't match the prescription of anyone in your inner circle.
I guess this can still be of use to someone eventually. Once a good enough chirurgeon figures out what to do with this, it's a good paperweight for now.
And lastly, the eye, which is also a 29 or lower, I believe, because it is very rare, or is it near unique? I don't actually know.
It is near unique. I'm not pushing for the Bale Eye. That's gonna be for later.
Alrighty.
So I'm good. I'm good with the Ripper pistol because honestly, I have a good quality chainsword right now. My armor is like
pistol's pretty sweet, yeah.
Yeah, and like I got best quality guardsman armor, so like I honestly have some pretty good shit on me.
Alrighty, rolling.
So yeah, that's why I said I had such a short shopping list because like, I'm actually in a good enough position for now. And because I honestly did not expect to get the Ripper pistol.
Ron, you're up. First up,
Yay.
auto pistol, which is common.
Common.
You have a plus 40 bonus in total.
Okay.
You need to beat a 79. That is
I
not a
rolled a
79
90.
or lower.
Cool.
Would
Great.
you like to spend a fate point?
I have 2 of those. But sure, why not?
Okay, you spend one. What quality are you looking for, by the way, just so I can calculate
Good.
time?
68, by the way.
Good. Okay, 68. You find one.
Yay!
Let me roll a d10.
Keep in mind.
And then multiply it by 2. Okay, it's going to take... Somehow, wow, it is going... Oh, wait, that's because I was rolling on the wrong table. Never mind. It's going to take 2 days for you to get that.
Oh, that's... Okay.
So you basically... At first, you come up to a dead end, and then you realize you are searching on the list that Karnak has sent you for bolt pistols. And you realize, wait a minute, that's not what I want anyways. You do manage to then, after realizing you were looking at the wrong list, you very quickly are able to find one and secure yourself a good quality auto pistol.
Let's go. Yippee. Yeah.
Alrighty. You also wanted the Prey Sense goggles?
Yeah, those are, I have them pulled up, rare.
Rare, you say. That means that...
They are rare.
They are rare. Roll with a plus 10. So 49 or lower and you find them.
God damn it! Ron! You're from here!
You poke around and you actually do manage to locate them. But as you basically go to have the deal be made, you learn that the guy you were going to get them from had gotten shot in a recent gunfight. And the deal ends up falling through.
Boo.
Wait,
That's funny.
did me or Urzin shoot the guy?
No. It was an unrelated incident. This is footfall. It happens all the time. But in this case,
That's true. But like, that was just like...
It would have been... If Skid had rolled lower, yes. Or higher, yes. Like, if it had been, like, in the 80s or 90s, yeah, you guys would have accidentally shot him. But, no. No, it's an unrelated guy, but he does get shot before the deal can be finalized. And the motion predictor, which is very rare.
Very rare. Yeah.
Roll me flat, 39 or lower. You find it.
Yippee!
You basically go, you look around, and unlike the first deal, you locate it, you manage to talk to the guy, you work out a price, and you get it no problem.
Awesome. I desire to put this on my new gun.
It's gonna be a tech use test, but that's by someone, but that's for later. Alrighty.
That's for someone else to do. I can't do tech use.
Alrighty. That leaves Gradius and Urzin.
Hello.
Urzin,
Yes.
you wanted the red dot laser sight, correct?
Yes. For later. As in, save it. Because I don't know next time we're gonna be here.
I'll let you roll on it now.
Yes, I know. I'm just saying. So that both you and I can remember this. I'm using it later.
Okay, so you don't want to
Please.
make a roll for it.
I do want to make a roll for it.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
have it. I'm just
Then-
not going to put it on anything yet.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. To acquire it, roll me a 59 or lower.
Okie dokie. Fuck.
That is not a 59 or lower.
It is not.
So, you as a Xenos, you're ending up having to, go through other members of the crew. Ron's a bit busy with his own escapades, as is Clovis. Gradius is making sure the ship doesn't get robbed while you guys are, and basically escorting people. You're having to scope things out on your own, and you're not 100% used to it. And just
I'm scared.
due to having to navigate being a Xenos on footfall, you almost get yourself shot and just decide, nope, no more trying to barter for me. You don't
He's
take any damage
scared.
or anything. But no. Will, you sent me a long-ass list. You can pick 3 things from that list.
I bolded them.
Power Sword Mordian Pattern. What quality are you trying to look for?
Are we allowed to roll for multiple things, or are we pick between one of the 3?
No, you can roll for all 3 of the things, but what quality are you looking for? Because that'll impact time. It's very rare.
Mm-hmm.
Very rare means you'll be rolling flat. What quality, if you find it, are you looking for?
I think I'm going to do for best craftsmanship. That's the one where it's a +5 to melee, right?
Plus 10, but that would take 3 weeks, and you ain't gonna be here for 3 weeks.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
best
I'm
you're gonna be able to eke
uh,
out is good.
The one that's +5, so good craftsmanship.
That'll take 2 weeks. That's within the realm of possibility. Alright, roll me a 39 or lower. Nice, but unfortunately not what you need.
I don't like at this point. I don't fucking expect the dice bot to be cooperative for this entire process.
No, the dice bot hates everyone.
Yep.
So that you basically, you roll, you do find one. You find a power sword. And then, you actually go to inspect it in between, basically transferring cargo, and you realize it's a power sword. It's a sword with a bunch of outlets on it. And you go, fuck no, I'm not buying that.
I
And
just
then-
pictured the fucking what's it what's the fucking chainsaw sword from Splatoon called?
Splatana.
Yes, I'm imagining the fucking Splatana stamper.
The stamper, yeah, that's basically what you find. You basically
That's
find
awesome.
a mono sword that has a whole bunch of power outlets on it with a rechargeable battery. And you look at it and you just kind of go, fucking space pirates. You do not find a power sword Mordian power.
So
Pattern,
can I tell that this is just a guy who basically welded shit together?
Yes.
So Gradius is still within his right to basically snap it in half like a toothpick, right?
Yes.
So I just basically do that, and I look at and hopefully the guy who made it sees it.
Yeah, he does, and he just goes, no! Totally great business deal! And then you see him kind of, that he basically catches up from saying, potentially good scam. Yeah, he knew he was scamming you, but he was hoping someone would actually fall for it and sign the contract in advance, which you were smart enough not to do.
If
Next
this
up's
was-
the power
yeah.
armor.
If they're on Mars, I would have turned him into a servitor immediately.
Next up is power armor. What quality? It's also very rare, so good's the best you can expect.
Alrighty, so good it is then.
Alrighty, 39 or lower.
9.
Oh,
Okay.
mackerel! What the hell was that?
I may have uploaded a single noise sound effect to the
Holy
Discord
mackerel!
channel's soundboard.
Holy
Okay, so
mackerel!
as you're basically...
I have more. You want me to upload more? Because like, there's only a max of 8 right now.
Yes, please.
Okay,
yes,
so,
add more.
Holy
So-
mackerel!
you know, you're not really expecting to find power armor after the power sword incident you just witnessed.
Mhm.
And as you basically go to, you know, a better quality place than, you know, you've assumed to make the deal, you see they do, in fact, have a set of genuine power armor. It's obviously been scraped, probably illegally obtained, but that's not your problem anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You find a set of good quality power armor.
I get
Light or regular?
it. Regular.
Okay. Let me see. Good crust.
Is that still technically possible? Because if I could choose between the two, I would definitely want to go with regular.
Well, you needed to specify. I believe regular power armor is actually extremely rare.
I thought
yeah,
they're
it
both
is.
listed as very. I thought. Wait a second. I think I may have just convinced myself it was both very rare. If not, then it's just gonna have to be light for now. Let me double check. I'm pulling it up right now.
Well, they are both very rare. So yeah, you
They
can have
are both
regular
very
power armor.
rare.
They are both very rare. So yeah,
Yeah.
regular power armor it is.
Mm-hmm.
I've added it to the list. Alrighty.
Alrighty.
And then the last thing is Lathe Pattern Jump Pack. That's just a jump pack, which is rare. So roll me a plus 10, so 49 or lower.
Alrighty. I'm gonna spend a fate point.
Okay, you have none now.
69.
You still
again.
do not find it. Alrighty, so you go and you find... You do definitely find a jump pack, but, you know, after the power sword incident, you know, you already found the power armor, but you still know not to trust anyone on this station after the power sword incident. And as you look at it, you realize that the thing you're looking at in the pictures, because you didn't actually go there in person this time, you didn't want to have to snap another piece of fake merchandise in half. You see in the fine print, replica. And you just kind of sigh, and once again just go, footfall.
Gradius, as he's basically looking at the is there like a pamphlet data slate of just buying shit kind of stuff?
Yeah, like a catalog, a football catalog.
What he does is that, and this is basic, and this wouldn't count as holy technology, right? This is like pirate shit.
It's just a random data slate. It doesn't matter.
All right then, and then from there, I just basically just snap it in half, and then I just throw it in the air, and I just walk back to the ship in my new power armor.
Okay.
Out of the three, I think the one I want the most was the power armor, and I lucked out. So, I'm a happy
Yeah.
camper.
All right.
All that hard work.
What was that? Bonnie from Family Guy?
No, that was Double D going all that hard work.
All that
Okay.
hard work.
So, you guys remember that best craftsmanship plasma gun?
Yeah, the one I need to get, or else my boss will be very upset with me. Like he already is. He's already upset with me, and I don't want him to be more upset with me. Yeah, that one.
Ronald,
Yeah.
roll me commerce.
Really, commerce. Okay. Let me scroll up and check. What is my commerce?
I think actually you
okay.
have the seneschal ability to just say I succeed, but roll me for degrees of success.
I mean, I do have the seneschal ability to just say I succeed.
But roll me for degrees of success.
Yes.
Because you do have the seneschal ability that allows you to go. Okay, well, it's a good thing you have the seneschal ability.
Yes, I'm going to use that actually.
It's just an automatic. You just get no degrees of success instead of degrees of failure. So
And it spends my final fate point. Winning.
no.
No? Cool.
No, that's for the lore ciphers and
Oh, poggers! I thought it counted for the whole thing. I'm winning.
No, the top 3 are the ones that the game just goes, yeah, you can have them. So, you succeed. You manage to source... You figure out both the time and which part of the Obsidian Emporial it's going to be bargained off in. Surprisingly enough, it's not the main event, but the actual thing that they're bartering off as the main event isn't what you were sent here to get, and frankly, you already don't want to have to be doing this in the first place. So, you do manage to find the place, you manage to find the time and the place, and listening around, you hear the things that some people are going to be offering. Apparently, the Emporial isn't going to part with a best craftsmanship plasma pistol for cheap. A lot of people are offering, some people are offering planetary deeds. Some people, basically, there's a couple of extremely wealthy people in Footfall that are offering up actual territory, parts of the station that have grav plates up to the Emporial so they can grow their empire. Some people are offering slaves or servitors. But you don't see any super outstanding offers. A lot of it's just, worth a lot of monetary value, but you know the Emporial loves to strike a deal from your time at Footfall. They'll oftentimes take some weird shit out of people's hands if they think they can get a better deal for it than what they originally paid.
Yeah.
You have a couple of cursed as fuck things in your catalog currently. You have the cursed as fuck Chaos Pistol.
Yeah, we do.
And you have a crate full of weird-ass Xenos metal.
Okay.
Now, you don't know if this is gonna be enough to convince them. However, you think to yourself it's worth a shot potentially offering one of those 2 things, knowing that Clovis wants to keep a hold on the Archaeotech helm.
Yeah. I mean, Clovis kind of wants to get rid of the gun, right? Ron can assume that Clovis wants to get rid of the gun from his reaction to it, right? I'm guessing.
More or less.
Sure, let's go with the gun.
Okay, call it high or low.
High.
Alright, so it's a silent auction due to, this stuff not being technically the main, called out bids. And upon, basically, upon some finagling, you see what other people are offering, you put down your bid, and at this point, all you can really do is wait for the auction to close. You're staying in Footfall for a couple of, for 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks after the auction closes, and you don't hear anything for about a week. And then you hear a buzz on the Vox network. Vroot, 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 vroot.
Ron kind of picks it up and goes, "Howdy do."
Is this, Sir Ronald Bitch Boy Guts?
Yes, that's me.
Yeah, I believe a standard week ago, you put a bid in on our best quality plasma gun, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
The higher-ups have decided they want to take your offer, so if you could potentially arrange to come down tonight with the merchandise in hand so that we may personally inspect it, we can seal the deal tonight if you want.
Ah, wonderful. Though I would be careful handling the goods.
Oh. Trust us. Trust me, we're well aware of what objects like that can do.
Good.
You hear there's an edge to his voice, a very sinister edge.
Right. Well, I suppose I'll see you soon then.
Yes, sirree. Alrighty, so later in the day, they inspect the gun. You see they have a psyker with them. And it is verified without anyone touching it. Yeah, that's cursed as fuck. They give you a nod, some paperwork signed, some things are exchanged, and you receive an extremely, well, to put it lightly, beautifully gilded, holster, inside containing probably the most beautiful piece of equipment you've basically ever seen in your entire life, Ron.
Oh my god.
That is a, like, gem inlaid, all sorts of, beautiful craftsmanship. Absolutely beautiful gun. You have obtained a best craftsmanship plasma gun.
Yippee! Yeah, I'm gonna take this back to the ship. I wish the guys like a good day, I don't know, pleasantries and such, and I just go back to the ship. That way I can hand it over to Clovis.
Alrighty. So you go back, and Clovis, you see Ron is carrying a very, very, very high quality, holster, by the way. We're gonna use this as a reference to what this plasma gun looks like.
Wow.
You see him holding a very fancy holster for a roughly rifle-sized gun.
Ah. So you actually managed to pull it off.
I did. Won best craftsmanship plasma gun, Captain.
And what was the price incurred for this fine piece of designed technology?
The Xenos gun.
Clovis blinks very slowly. I'm sorry. The what?
The cursed gun.
It's a chaos gun, not a Xenos gun.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. The chaos gun, the one that you wanted to get rid of, Captain.
Clovis's jaw goes slack for a moment, and he looks at you. You imbecilic crumb! I did not want to barter that piece of cursed technology away.
You didn't specify that in instructions, Captain.
Oh, no, I should have just assumed that my seneschal would be intelligent enough not to give away a tool of the archenemy away to a goddamn auction house on footfall.
If you want, I can go get it back.
Do they do trade backs?
That's
at
not
the
how
Obsidian Imperial?
Clovis,
I
you
never
know off
said
the
it
top
would
of your
be a
head.
trade back.
Yeah, they don't do that.
Then why did you offer to go back and bring it to me?
I have my ways, Captain.
Clovis, pinches the bridge of his nose and says, I would like everyone to vacate the bridge, please.
Yes, sir.
You see, Loka, who's currently basically finalizing a couple of, pieces of paperwork. Yes, sir. By the way, I got the alcohol you asked for. No. He looks down at his data slate. As you referred to it, motor oil should be required for you to drink for the entire journey. Anyways, he kind of gives you a pat on the back, Ron, and whispers in your ear, "Good luck, bitch boy." And just walks out of the bridge.
Is the bridge empty and devoid of people besides me and Ron?
Gradius, what was it? For those who kind of want to stick around, Gradius basically intimidates them out as he basically nods as he closes the door and he stands outside of it to make sure no one's going to eavesdrop.
Seneschal?
Captain.
I was under the impression that you were in possession of some modicum of intelligence. Was I wrong?
I like to think of myself as intelligent, Captain.
Then why were you not intelligent enough to infer that I did not want to barter away the gun in the cargo hold? The one that I specifically said no one was to retrieve, handle, touch, or interact with at all.
Oh, me, the player, didn't remember that. Uh-oh.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but me, the DM, remembered that.
I didn't remember that. I'm too tired. I woke up at 7:50 in the morning after having 6 hours of sleep. I didn't remember that. So, clearly Ron didn't remember that either. Oopsie. Yeah, Ron kind of looks down at Clovis I can get it back for you, Captain.
I believe that is an option that we can no longer pursue, Seneschal. You see, this is my first time on this station. I admit that I am not entirely well versed with the politics of this station, but I have learned a few things from the reports I read. Notably, is the fact that the Obsidian Imperial does not do tradebacks, and to steal from them is to invite open war against one of the most influential criminal elements of this station. Do you honestly believe you can go in there, retrieve a chaos-touched gun, and bring it back to me in one piece?
Because that would involve Ron touching the case. And remember what happened to the last person who made direct contact with the case.
Hey, then. I sent you a DM a while ago. Does Ron know anyone who owes him favors, perchance?
A favor of stealing a chaos gun? Hell no, no one's gonna do that.
Okay.
There's a couple people you could cash in a little bit of money, but that's about it. Nothing on this scale. You'd have to have basically a criminal lord on your side, which you do not. No, Carnicus is not that suicidal. He won't do shit. His debt's been paid.
I sense me, the player, has fucked up, and I honestly just don't know what to do.
I'm waiting for an answer, Seneschal.
Well, you consider. Skid, would you like time to think while we cut to where Gradius is guarding the door?
Sure.
Gradius, as you basically are standing there, you see two astropaths, or psychers, basically escorting Savuli, who is basically just clutching her head in horrible pain. I need to see the Lord Captain, sir. Immediately.
And
It's bad.
And then from there, as this is all currently going on, Gradius is going to go. Right now, the Lord Captain is speaking with the Seneschal in private. How urgent is this?
You see her kind of look to the other two astropaths. One of them just kind of sighs. She's gonna give you some cryptic message, but it's been about, 12 hours since that thing was traded away. She was supposed to get sleep. She hasn't been sleeping, and she's been muttering cryptic nonsense all day, which means that she knows something really bad is about to happen, because she doesn't mutter cryptic nonsense for more than about an hour a day normally. And it's been, you see them look, basically, the astropath count a couple, on his fingers. 6 hours. Pretty serious. We can wait if we have to, but, you see them look at her. She's not doing great.
Alrighty.
You see her look, you see her just basically, her visor, if she had eyes, she'd be staring directly into your soul. I can see the station falling down, sir. The laughter. It echoes in the expanse.
And then from there, as she is basically to go, she looks at me, I'm gonna go. Or you hear a very a perturbed echoey sigh under the helmet. As then from there he's gonna go, one moment, as I enter the room.
You enter the room and you basically see a very perturbed Clovis basically staring up at a very silent Ronald.
What is it, Skitari? I am in the middle of a salvi?
Yes.
So, apologies, Lord Captain, but the astropath has urgent news.
By all means, an astropath has a message. If an astropath brings ill tidings, it is important to hear them out first.
You see her kind of, basically look at you. Your language and I don't mix very well. But I'll say this as straight as I can. I sense the forewings of a massive cult of Slanesh forming on this station within the next standard year. I don't know from what, I don't know why. But ever since that deal was struck, it's been haunting me every time I try and sleep. As I told your Skitari, the laughter echoes.
Clovis slowly turns over to Ronald. Seneschal,
Captain.
was this your doing?
I hope not, Captain.
Selvie,
Yes, sir?
corroborate. Was this Ronald Bitch Boy Guts' doing?
You see her basically... She can't blink, but you see her just kind of tilt her head a couple times. And Ron, you feel a massive, horrible chill rack through your body. She's using probably extremely powerful divination techniques right in front of you. As she basically turns back to Clovis. I see a gun, sir. That's
Clovis looks furious. Is there, like, say, a chair just lying around that's not dead bolted to the floor?
Can Gradius actually slide him over, or like walk over with like an easily breakable, like replaceable item?
Yeah, you basically hand him like you hand him basically the 40k equivalent of a shitty quality plastic folding chair that one of the administratum officers was using while talking with Loka to finalize some deals.
Or Captain, as I hand him the thing.
Clovis grabs it and just throws it across the bridge, not even caring what it hits.
You basically chuck it, and it narrowly misses Urizen's basically
command station?
piloting seat at the back of it basically barely misses, lands just short of Urizen's piloting chair.
He doesn't say a word. He doesn't make a sound. He just looks fucking furious, and he turns to Ronald B. Guts and says, I give you a task to gauge your worth and utility to my vessel and my dynasty. Do you understand what it is we are about to do after we finished restocking at Footfall?
I do, Captain.
Then you know that in my efforts to eliminate a potential threat to the Imperium, I would never condone creating one.
Yes, Captain.
No. You don't get to say that.
Uh-oh.
I will offer you atonement. We will all go down to the Obsidian Emporial, recover that artifact, and see to it that it is destroyed. And I will decide what to do with you afterward. Do you understand?
I understand, Captain.
I sincerely hope you do, because the events of today have proven to me that you do not seem capable of cognizance, let alone basic sentience.
You see Sabuli basically very quietly say, he has some thoughts in his brain. I've heard them on occasion.
He looks towards Selvie, and his demeanor changes almost instantly the moment he starts to address Selvie. I do not doubt that, Astropath. Unfortunately, I have not seen any such signs of that from him. I genuinely thank you for bringing this to my attention, because now we have an opportunity to react.
Out of context, trading away the pistol to anyone on Footfall, in my notes, this is something that would happen, Skid. This wasn't just a spur of the moment.
It would have been cool if someone reminded me, because now I feel incredibly embarrassed. Yeah, I completely forgot. Genuinely.
Honestly, it's a great roleplay moment.
It's a great roleplay moment, but I feel secondhand embarrassment from Ron.
No, Ron is
that happens a lot.
That happens. My characters have also done things that are really dumb.
No, like it has been really bad lately. Like when Cadium was told that he was a disappointment, I got the worst secondhand embarrassment to the point I went, okay, I'm just gonna put a gun to my head. Actually, because I feel embarrassed.
Don't feel that way, Skid. Please don't.
I feel so embarrassed. I feel embarrassed for Ron. I feel the
Look,
secondhand embarrassment.
We're just laughing because Clovis is basically going, like, tearing his hair out because he's just trying to do his job.
And Ron's only been doing his job for not that long.
Alrighty, before we go to the Obsidian Emporium, would you guys like to... Actually, first I should say, would you guys like to keep going or would you guys like to end here?
I can keep going for another hour.
Okay, about same. So, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Okay, I need one.
I need water.
By the way,
Back.
I added a soundboard for when Clovis tested out the plasma gun, but figuring out what the price was paid kind of put a damper on that. But this is the sound I would have had for the plasma gun.
Goddamn. How come there's only one sound on the soundboard now?
What?
Because he removed the other ones.
I removed the other ones, yes.
Dude, my brain
That's
is...
because
I don't think I can play any TTRPG on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I am too brain dead to have actual thoughts.
Which means Ron didn't have any thoughts.
Which means Ron didn't have any thoughts, which is bad because he's supposed to be good at having thoughts. That's his whole job. But today I woke up from 6 hours of sleep, drew a naked woman, animated for like nearly 6 hours, and then went, yeah, I can play a game and have cognizant thought, good thoughts. I can brain. No, I can't. I can't even conversate correctly.
Dude, I also had 6 hours of sleep and woke up at 7:50, and I gotta tell you, man, like, yikes.
I'm brain dead.
I'm running on 3
I
hours.
had an ER visit today.
I'm running on 3
I think we're all brain dead.
Yeah,
we're all kind of brain dead. Today's one of my harder days too. I'm just
so
like,
sorry,
but I desire to rogue trader so bad.
I'm running on 3 hours of sleep.
Oh my god, man, how are you still alive?
Bruh.
Insomnia be insomniaing. Anyways, I'm still
anyway, Exo6, 5-minute break. Actually, this time.
Be right back. Hey, oh, hi, oh, hi, oh, hi, oh, hi, oh, hi, oh, hi.
Hoi, 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 hoi.
Uh-huh. I need to get better sleep. But since if we're gonna play for another hour, I won't. But I want to play for another hour, and no one can stop me because I will be up for another hour anyway. I have my animation class in the morning, in which all I'm doing is going over the animation I did today and then working on it more, and then I get to sleep. AK work on more animation.
I haven't finished writing down the
God
stuff for
help me.
my Ripper pistol. I need to do that right now.
Tomorrow I have to finish my lyric video and also do 3 exercises in P5JS, which is a coding software. I want to die. I don't want to do that.
7, 8.
I am so exhausted. I hate it here. Thanks, Elin.
I return.
I am so exhausted. Art school is fucking killing me. But in 2 weeks, in 1 week, I get to go home
Nice.
for
Yippee.
break, and it's only lasts a week, which is very sad. Uh-huh. But my midterms are this week and next week. So as long as those get done, I go home, and then I'll be winning. Finally, I will be winning. I'm never winning. I'm always losing.
Oy.
The college art school art animation is killing me. Have I ever vocalized how much I fucking hate animating? Like,
You have
Yes.
told us this a number of times, and I feel sorry for you, but that is the choice. That is the path that has been laid before you, unfortunately.
yeah,
Lily hates it too.
I did not get to choose. I
Yeah.
unfortunately have to animate. Born to
Oh, yeah,
Illustrate,
guess what?
forced to animate.
Oh yeah, guess who I met yesterday that I didn't
you
bring
meet?
up? I met John Matho,
Oh,
Who?
the storyboard artist for Simpsons, Futurama, and Phineas and Ferb.
yeah.
Yeah, he is
Alrighty.
super. That whole interaction's a conversation for later. We got a chaos cult problem to deal with.
We got a Ron might bad thing happened to Ron situation. He did in fact he did a fucky wucky, but then again, I'm known for doing fucky wuckies in D&D games, as seen by the Bell incident.
I have no idea what the Bell incident is.
I rang a bell in a dungeon and we TPK'd,
Yes.
basically. Yes.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah.
So
I feel like that's the most famous
Are we all
skid
here?
fucky wucky. Yes.
Mhm.
I don't think I can
Okay.
think of a fucky wucky that's as great as the Bell incident.
So, currently in extreme psychic pain, astropath in tow. And, a squad of Scutari, a squad of enforcers, basically, and a very, very pissed-looking throne agent at the head of, the entire crew. You make your way to the Obsidian Emporial. And you see the 2 mutants at the front basically look at your squad and just stare silently at you. They do not unbar the gates because you have an entire force with you. Their silence is a way, basically, them saying, "Explain yourself. Why are you here? Like, what is this about?"
Clovis walks up, and you can tell his hair is actually a bit disheveled because of how fucking furious he is when he's usually more well kept. He approaches like, I am Clovis H. Llewellyn Smythe, rogue trader of the Smythe Dynasty. One of my erstwhile crew members has decided to trade away a very dangerous artifact that I have very good reason to believe can cause irreversible insanity to any who'd make direct contact with it. It has come to my attention that such an artifact has fallen into your possession, and I believe it would be in the mutual best interest of everyone involved if the artifact was to be recovered and returned. I'd like to point out that Clovis has brought the plasma gun with him. I understand it is not Imperial policy to accept trade backs. However, given the severity of the nature of our situation, I believe this is a lamentable exception must be made.
You see the two hulking mutants that guard the, entrance to the Emporial step aside. You have clearance to enter.
He snaps his fingers and leads his crew inside.
Alrighty. So, everyone in tow, your retinue, a small group of Aspas, not just Seville, the two that were with her when she came to your office, as well as a couple other members of the choir. Because, it's been about 24 hours of you basically gathering information, researching, etc., and just a frenzied panic. And basically any astropath who had significant divination abilities, whenever they tried to look into the future, all started seeing the same thing Seville was seeing. So you've got a small group of them who've been afflicted with, visions of chaos, quite literally, which is disturbing. So you basically walk on in, and you see a couple of the auctioneers, basically, one of the, higher-ranking members. It looks like they're cleaning up after another auction at this point, and you see one of them look to you. Oh, rogue trader. What brings you to our fine establishment today?
I have explained the situation to your guards, though I am unaware if they're capable of verbal communication, so I am forced to repeat myself. This one, he points to Ronald Guts, has traded away a very dangerous artifact in exchange for a plasma gun. He gestures towards it, and I'm afraid I have to insist on its return. The artifact in question is incredibly dangerous, as it produces a psychopathic impulse on anyone who makes contact with it, including with the container that holds it. My astropath has confirmed that if this artifact is not destroyed, within the year the station shall fall into anarchy due to its dangerous mimetic properties.
You see one of the, basically guards who's currently, basically carrying a crate. He kind of looks to you, and you see the two, auctioneers who are talking basically look to him. Yeah, does it by chance have anything to do with, uncontrollable laughter?
Clovis nods grimly. Lamentable that there is nothing that can be done for your men. However, we can ensure that the madness does not spread and this affliction does not gain further ground or victims.
You see the guy who's carrying the crate kind of basically put it down and, basically dust off his hands, and he walks over to where the auctioneers are. I think it'd be best if we you two bring this up with the intercessors. Now. You see him basically, you hear him, basically whisper something in their ears. You're close enough, Clovis, you could catch it. He's not being super quiet because he needs both them to hear. All the men last night who touched that thing haven't come into work today? Yeah, they're laughing. They're at home laughing about nothing. It's gonna ruin business. You can't have your entire waitstaff and, crew laughing maniacally. Can't do business like that. You see, the two auctioneers basically give him a nod. We'll talk with the intercessor about whether or not we will accept a trade back, since this is an extrapolating circumstance. The two basically look at each other and give basically knowing nods. They understand the severity of a chaos cult, and even they don't necessarily want that.
The one thing that can give pause to fucking everybody in the 40k universe
is chaos. Yep. So, you see them basically both leave. You see them basically gather the guard who whispered in their ear, as well as a couple other members that are basically carrying crates around. You basically watch as business comes to a complete halt in the Emporial, which is unheard of, as they all gather, not in the auction hall, but it's basically unsaid for you to wait for a little bit while they go and talk to the people in charge of things. Nobody really knows who exactly they are, but you could assume they're basically talking to the people who run the entire criminal syndicate.
Clovis stands there, menacingly.
takes about an hour before you really hear any news. A very agonizingly long, stressful hour, despite nothing happening. Before you see the two men walk back down with the guard who, basically whispered about the laughing in their ears. And you see them just basically give you a nod. We'll give it back to you on one condition.
I'm listening.
They look to the senator. They look to Ron. He single-handedly incapacitated a good fourth of our workforce.
I did what now?
The uncontrollable laughing.
Ah.
You didn't even inform them of the dangers of the artifact?
They looked to Clovis. We knew it was cursed. We knew it was cursed. We knew not to touch it. We were not informed not to touch its casing.
I did, in fact, tell you not to touch it or its casing.
We assumed its casing meant its holster, not the giant crate it was secured in. Every person that we had, all the guards who transferred it down into our vaults, have come down with madness. The inexplicable, incurable laughter. We can't exactly function properly with 3/4 of our, well, admittedly less valuable workers, but workers nonetheless. We need men. The entire workforce doesn't need to be replaced, but we're going to need at the very least a few servitors. Potentially a couple 100, maybe even. You see him kind of think, probably about 100, 200 men to replace the ones we lost.
Clovis looks to the men. I will reimburse you fiscally for the losses your organization has suffered. I will not debase myself providing you with the labor. As for Ronald B. Guts, he will remain by my side for now.
You see them look.
Ron looks genuinely surprised, actually.
He will very carefully go fetch the box that weapon is in. You see, the guard who basically, the guy who was moving crates earlier basically give a nod, and you see him and a couple other people effectively also grab a couple of those grabby hands that would normally be used to handle stuff that's like radiated or burning hot. Like, plasma canisters, inferno canisters, stuff like that. Things you don't want to make direct contact with. They basically grab a bunch of the grabby hands, and a couple minutes later they return with a box. Same box that you saw the pistol in before. It appears to be... It has been opened, but it has since been reclosed. And you see, you can tell the pistol's in there just because it has horrible vibes.
The men who suffered from the infectious laughter, have they been quarantined and isolated? Or do you need my house's assistance in gathering them up?
You see one of the auctioneers grimly just, wince. The order has been given. We've sent out calls for emergency aid from... Oh god, what is it? How do you pronounce it? The Kezbalika. They don't want to see the station fall. They should get that aspect under control. Even if they're going to bitch and complain the entire time. Messages have been sent. Anyone stricken with the laughter and anyone it's been spread to will be swiftly and irrevocably executed.
Excellent. It's important to ensure that this lamentable outbreak remains a one-off.
Truly. You see the two look at each other. Our apologies.
No, I should have ensured that my seneschal would not have done such a a monumentally stupid decision.
We should have been more careful when handling it, admittedly. But you see them kind of like... You see the other one kind of, like, sheepishly grin as... Basically, there's two auctioneers. One of the auctioneers basically stares daggers at the other. Someone said it would be fine. And you see him kind of... You see the auctioneer, who's sheepishly grinning, kind of let out a long sigh. I'm fired, aren't I? Yeah. You're fired. Get out! You see him basically point to the door, and you see the guy put up two hands and basically slink out. This should hopefully never happen again.
I apologize for the disruption my associate has caused. This was meant to be a mere test of his abilities, and obviously he failed. I shall ensure that your house is not dishonored any further.
Thankfully.
Please pass on my sincerest laments and deepest apologies to the Obsidian Imperial. I shall provide you with adequate resources to help rebuild your organization, as it is the only reasonable thing I can do to make up for this.
Thankfully, this was nipped in the bud fairly early. If things had progressed any longer, you see him kind of shudder. I don't think anyone wants to think about that.
No, it won't. This object is too dangerous to keep in containment. I shall ensure that it is destroyed personally.
That is probably the best course of action.
Yes. He grabs the plasma gun in its holster from his man and hands it over to him. As promised, I regret that this artifact has caused so much bloodshed.
That
I hope
seems to be its purpose. As
Yes.
with most chaos.
Yes. I hope that this weapon finds a more worthy master than I. He returns the plasma gun.
Yeah, your enforcers have basically taken their own set of the best. I need to find a better term for them than grabby hands, but that's effectively what they are. They make sure they do not come in direct contact with the container, and they basically pick it up. And you see that with Gradius's help, the Skitari basically form a ring around the enforcers carrying it, so that no one can accidentally bump into it. It's just basically quarantined off. Even while it's being carried.
And with that, our business here is done. I appreciate your time. Good day. And hopefully, next time I come in town to do business, it will be much less problematic.
I hope so for everyone involved. You hear him kind of mutter under his breath. There's enough chaos nuts here already. We don't need more.
It may not be remiss for me to inform of Kalkazar of the situation. I take my leave. Good day to you. Good day. Clovis leaves.
They give you a sign of the Aquila as you leave.
Clovis returns it as he leads his men outside. Gentlemen, to the sun's hot. We're done with footfall.
Yes, sir. They all basically carry the crate back, secure it back in the vault until it is time for it to be destroyed. And is it safe to say that Gradius himself would be guarding it, Will?
Oh yeah, like the very moment that a very curious employee would actually try to approach, Gradius would actually rev up his chainsword, and
Oh my god, okay.
it's so Lord Captain gave his orders.
Yeah, your message is very clear. There is no problems with anyone going anywhere near that vault other than, a couple of other Skitari that are, basically taking shifts, making sure the area is secure. There is no problems with the security of the weapon. No one catches the laughing plague, as we're going to call it. Yeah, pretty much!
Mm-hmm.
Clovis, you're alone on the bridge now at this point, with about ready to depart. Gradius, guarding the weapon until further notice. Severely back with the Asterpast and the choir, though a lot of them are currently catching up on sleep. Urizen back in the piloting seat, and Oakheart in the navigator chair, about ready to depart. The final crates are now being loaded into the cargo bay. Final supplies, water rations, scrap to make sure that the ship can be repaired on the fly if need be. Other than Urizen, you're pretty much alone with in the bridge with your seneschal. And even Urizen would have a pretty hard time hearing because he does currently have on headphones to communicate with the, he's effectively locked into a Vox network to communicate with other people around the ship. To make sure that
Seneschal?
everything goes for plan.
Captain.
I've instructed Urizen to take us to the Star of Furibundus. I plan to jettison the weapon into the sun itself. The artifact should be destroyed. Very little things can survive the power of a full-on sun. And even if it were, I'm sure everyone in Footfall by now would have heard of the folly of your actions and know better than to go seeking out this weapon.
Right.
I have decided that the time has come for me to decide what to do with you.
I'll take whatever punishment you deem fit, Captain.
Clovis stands up and draws his Ripper pistol.
If you intend to kill me, could I at least have a couple words with the one person I'd say I care about?
Bold of you to assume I would kill you. Yes, I am within my right to execute you.
Which I deserve, Captain. I understand
Yes.
that.
Yes, but I believe I will be passing on a different kind of judgment. One that I should have done from the start. He aims the Ripper pistol towards Ron's legs.
Oh shit.
I have always been wondering, what sort of heretic probably made those onto you? But then I heard that conversation back at the bar. Carnegus taught us to. They mentioned you were from the Red Scola, did they not?
That they did, Captain.
The torture house where the tutors re-educate their slaves, no?
That is correct.
I wonder what sort of depravity was on their minds when they decided to give you those augments. Augments that defile the pure image of mankind.
You didn't
And-
have these augments before that?
Clovis doesn't know that.
Clovis
Well,
is
as
operating on assumed information here.
Well, as
Yes.
Clovis says that, Ron kind of for one, at the beginning of this conversation, he took his hat off his head and kind of put it to his heart, and he's been bowing his head slightly this whole time. But he shakes his head and he goes, "They didn't do this to me, Captain."
Curious. So you've had those legs for how long then?
I'm assuming half my life at this point, Captain.
Why, in the Golden Throne's name, did you keep them?
I do not want anyone doing something like this to me again, Captain.
Clovis.
You would refuse your help, and you would refuse the love and compassion the God Emperor's servants would have shown you,
I
and
have
chosen
not
to live the
refused
rest of your life
the
as
love
a
of the God
heretic.
Emperor.
Clovis. You're close enough now and have taken a very good look at Ron's legs. You remember when you first saw him? They were scuffed up. Messed up. They had scratches, all sorts of dents. The left one in specific looks almost pristine. But you know for a fact no mechanicus would touch it or try and repair it. Then you take a real close look. Really look at it. It's the same metal that those plates were made of. That the cyborgs had, the auto pistol bullets that were found. It's the same material. It's all the same.
Well, this does the Aquila. Throne protect me. Your legs aren't made by humans, you idiot!
I
Good.
understand that now, Captain.
You would defile my vessel with the foul tools of the alien and the unknown. And you insisted on keeping them like that?
I'd rather die than let someone touch me like that again, Captain.
I've decided already I'm not going to kill you, Seneschal. In fact, I just decided what I'm going to do with you. He presses a button on his Vox network. V Centaurus.
You hear, just, like, the pickup from the enginarium. Yes, sir? The engine is ready to go, whenever you wish to depart.
That is all lovely, but we will not be disembarking from Footfall quite yet. Prepare your surgery suite. You will have a patient arriving shortly.
I would like to put a gun. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's bad. No, I don't want to do that.
You put no guns to anyone's head.
I put no guns to anyone's head.
You hear a little bit of silence. I'll inform my trainee to take over the engine then.
Excellent.
Everything shall be prepared.
Excellent.
Preparing for 1. Patient.
Clovis looks towards Ron. Ronald Bitchboy Guts. This is my sentence to you. For refusal to shun the tools of the heretic and the Xenos, and for nearly engineering single-handedly an infestation of demonic proportions on Footfall, charted and registered territory of the Golden Throne of the Imperium of Man, I sentence you to this. You will be stripped of your title and rank. You will be stripped of your inhuman augments and given a functional set of replacements. Afterwards, you will leave my ship and my service and live. No longer as Seneschal, nor high factotum of my vessel. You are hereby exiled to Footfall for till the end of your days.
Out of character. Oh shit.
Ron books it immediately. Ron books it.
And here I thought he would be at the very least sensible enough to accept fate. Now he looks guilty. I tried giving him an out. He gets back on the horn. Attention, this is your Lord Captain speaking. Seneschal and High Factotum Ronald Bitchboy Guts has gone rogue. He is no longer a sanctioned member of my crew or a member of my inner circle. He is in possession of illegal xenotechnologies in his augments. Subdue and capture alive if possible. Execute on sight if necessary. That is all. We depart in half an hour. I want him found by then. Good day.
Ellen, can I assume that was heard over the headphones? Or, like,
Yes,
in the
that would have
headphones?
basically taken any broadcast from the Lord Captain is immediately, and I mean immediately, taking precedence over anything else on the Vox network. So you're in the middle of talking with Oakheart. We're gonna need to make sure we're careful when we're going by the sun. I'm sensing there might be some solar flares within the next couple of hours. You got that?
Got it.
And the message cuts in.
Have a good day.
Urizen is going to slowly, after realizing what happened, take off his headphones, turn around in his chair, Two-Face. Captain. Sir?
Hello, Urizen. Still a loyal servant of the Imperium of Man?
Yes. Odd request. Can I take my shoes off?
Clovis looks to you, mulls over it a bit. Yeah, as long as... Yeah, why not?
Wonderful. It's always faster to run while not in these boots.
Oh shit, Urizen is faster than Ronald.
Uh-huh.
Ronald has a head start.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You also have a shipload of enforcers you need to get through.
That too.
And Urizen has spent his entire life on this ship.
Since he was 10.
Mm-hmm.
23 years he has spent on the ship in Avril service.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not being stopped by a bunch of enforcers. Urizen,
Yes?
you kick off your boots. You've always hated them. You knew why Avril put you in them? Because he was Avril. He put in your voice box. He literally drafted a contract that put you in his eternal indentured servitude.
In a language he didn't understand at the time.
In a language you didn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
No.
You kick off your boots. You take out your hand cannon. And you sprint.
Mm-hmm.
Clovis, you've seen Tau before, but you've never really seen a Tau out of power armor. Especially
Or
not
regular
running
infantry
like this.
armor.
Or regular infantry armor. Urizen isn't wearing anything like that. And you swear, he runs faster than an Eldar.
And he has hooves. We're gonna ignore that, but he has hooves.
And he has hooves. Effectively, it sounds like a horse almost. A light horse, a mini horse, is galloping across the bridge as he takes off, gun in hand. Gradius, you hear the intercom. What do you do?
Gradius, he basically cracks his neck, and then from there he's going to point at his assault. Look at this Qatari, and then from there he's basically going to go. So you know the drill. Seal off all exits, all escape pods.
I fail with a 97. I can't
Oh,
reroll
shit.
that. I'm out of
Ron.
fate points.
As you say that, you feel your body go limp. Your limbs lock up. You feel as someone takes control, something takes control,
Oh
and
shit.
you freeze. Suddenly, you can't move. You can speak, but you can't move. You just freeze. Your gun drops to the floor, and you hear a soft voice in your head. I'm sorry. Ron?
Severely, please.
Ron, are you okay?
You're going back to the bridge.
No, please. Severely,
Ron?
please.
Oh.
You're going back to the bridge.
Please let me leave.
You had your chance. I'm sure he gave you an option other than banishment. You know, there's one thing I've never liked about those legs of yours. They reminded me of the place I woke up in. It's been a long
boy.
time now. At least a few decades. It's the same metal, Ron. The same metal is on that planet. You never should have had those things. Ever. I told you to let the AdMech remove them.
You know why I didn't.
The AdMech were never the ones who put those on you.
I know that now. Even still.
All they've ever wanted to do was help you. Ron, you know why you don't remember so much, right? When Avril picked you up, he couldn't let you know what you knew. He couldn't. It would have ended him and everything he wanted to do. So he had me blank out what he didn't want you to know. Replace what he didn't want to be seen. But I know. I saw all of it. Why do you think you can never remember, no matter how hard you try? It's not that you've locked it away. It was taken from you. I would have done the same thing if you just let them take your legs. I would have just blocked out the fact that they were taken. Blocked out all the trauma. I can do that. But you wouldn't let anyone touch you. You can't have those things. You don't know what that metal does to flesh. I've seen what it does. You're going back to the bridge, Ron. Do you understand?
Understand.
At Avril's command, I made you. And now, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to unmake you. On behalf of people that did this to you, I'm sorry. It wasn't me. I barely know who they are, but I woke up among the same metal that they used to make you. I'm connected to them somehow. I don't know how. You're connected to them somehow. You weren't allowed to know how. It was wiped from me as well. The astropath who wiped my mind was killed. Avril knew. But he was the only one. Anyone with that stuff in them, on them, They're too dangerous to be left alive. Or left with whatever implants they have of it intact. Are you ready to go back to the bridge, Ron?
Sure.
Urizen, you watch as Ron's body basically almost mechanically, you've seen servitors walk, it's like that, gets puppeted effectively back towards the bridge.
Oh. He will have put his gun away. I don't know how you hold a hand cannon, but like on his back. Is it on his back? I don't know. That would help.
Probably in a holster on your belt, actually, for easy
Cool.
access.
I did not know how big it was, so I couldn't really.
It's not very large. It's the size of a pistol.
Got it. Cool. Yeah, he's gonna have put that away by now, and is like. I don't think he really needs to touch Ron to help, but like following behind, just to make sure he doesn't bolt again.
You follow behind. Ron's taken back to the bridge. His legs are removed. Gradius, after he comes out of surgery, still, honestly, half woozy from the drugs. You're told to take him off the ship. You have one of the few keys that can take the ship out of lockdown as captain of the Skitarii.
Evening.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had an idea. So Billy probably has to unfreeze Ron before the surgery, right? Yeah?
No. She
No?
can wait until the drugs are in your system.
Darn, I wanted to shoot myself.
You're escorted off the ship. Gradius, you close the door behind you. You know it's what the Lord Captain would want. And Ron, as you stand there, the sun's heart departing to throw a chaos weapon into the sun, you hear footsteps. Well, well, well. Look who's come crawling back to Footfall. The main reason I was interested in you is gone. But you're still here. What do you do this time?
That ain't your business.
You see Karnicus kind of cross his arms behind you, and you see his enforcers basically pointing guns, and you see him basically just call them off. No. It's not.
Thought I could, I don't know. Nabro picked me up. I thought I could try something new.
And you did.
And I failed at it.
Also true. You and failure go a long way back, little one.
I know.
Abra wasn't the only one who knew things. Whether he liked it or not, he was under my boot. You see him basically take out a small data bank. Want to follow your Lord Captain? I can't promise you a good job, but I can promise you a job. You know the insides of his ship, its components, his best men, where to strike. The ins and outs of that vessel, correct?
That I do.
So, you want in or out?
I think
Because
I'm in.
Good. Because I have a bunch of Necrons and Hecaton to find. And I think they can explain a thing or two as to how you got those legs. Well, one in particular. Let's get going. A frigate's faster than a cruiser, after all. And we've got a lot of ground to cover. They've already
Truly.
headed off.
Could you do me a favor? Small
Depends
one,
on what it
really.
is.
I left my hell pistol on the ship. I might be needing a new one.
You see him kind of smile. Oh, trust me. I can get you something much better than that.
I think I'll take you up on that offer.
Well then, Ronald Guts. I'll refrain from using your middle name. I know how you got it. We've got a warrant to steal. And a system to find. You see him gesture to his men to basically board his cruiser. So let's get going. You see him turn to the person by his side. Why don't you reacquaint Ron with our armory, shall we? Ron,
Me.
you may have new legs. You may have lost your hell pistol. Your pride. The one person you thought was your friend. Had your reality shattered. But you found someone who knows you. Or at least claims to. You get on the ship and he gives you a brief rundown. You were operated on by an obscure species of Xenos. More metal than man. Legs grafted on as an experiment to prove it was possible. By one that's gone mad from centuries of isolation. He was going to take them off, until Abril told him not to. Sold you to him, entrusted you to his care. Promised not to meddle. When Abril was dead, technically the contract was void. He should have had you back anyways. At least, according to the fine print. Now you know two things. You know who gave you those legs. And you know who, potentially, if you can get there first, can give you them back. If you want them.
Oh.
As the sun's heart departs from Footfall, you hear Oakheart calmly announce the entrance to warp space. The journey, according to her calculations, should take roughly 2 to 3 months within the warp. Until then, the only thing to do is pray the Geller fields hold strong, no strange warp phenomena are experienced, and that the frigate flies clear. Leaving Furibundus and entering the Immaterium, the crew settles in for a journey within mostly clear skies. To infinity and beyond, as mankind used to say. A few days after Clovis and his retinue -1 leave Footfall, a databank exchanges hands into those of a cunning void-faring slaver. Him, along with the -1, board a sleek but high-capacity light cruiser, as he plugs his stave into the bridge to start its massive engines. With a few barked orders, the ship detaches from Footfall with its 2 assault crafts firmly secured onto its fins and begins to cruise towards the further reaches of the expanse. A crack of an agonizer lash and blast of a newly acquired Inferno pistol to swiftly kill off a questioning officer, and a few hours later, the ship blasts its way into the warp itself. Standing in front of the ship's massive command throne, the captain snarls into the intercom. I'm sure all of you are aware, Terragas was not only our best supplier of new blood, but also the source of our cutting-edge xenotech. There was a reason I financed and bailed the bastard out of so many accusations despite his strange obsession with those green slates. Well, we have one now. His ship may have been commandeered by the Expanse's newest rogue trader, but we're going to kill him, take his retinue to sell to whatever fucker on Footfall wants them, and commandeer Terragas' frigate back into firmly being a part of my regime. I don't tolerate the Imperia messing with what's mine. He sits down in his throne, hissing at a nearby servant to bring him a drink. It's time for that warrant to change hands a third time. After all. He chuckles as a bottle of vintage wine is delivered, and he takes a swig. With what I know about the bastard, I think I'd make better use of it than a small-time member of the Inquisition. And with that, we will end our session for today.
Holy fuck.
What the hell?
Wait. Can I do something real fast?
Yeah.
As everything kind of like winds down, as Gradius got to see like the door close. Gradius kind of has like a picture perfect image of Ron's face, and then from there, like as the doors are closing, Gradius takes off his helmet and he clasps it to his side. And then as the door closes, he just mouths the word, "I'm sorry." He turns his back away from the door as it closes.
They could have been gay. No.
And then later on, as we're flying through space, as I'm currently browsing through a data slate, I walk next to Clovis. We're the only. I'm going to assume we're the only ones in the bridge. Sir?
I mean, I'm there. I just can't hear you.
Oh
Yeah.
Sir?
Gradius, to what do I owe the pleasure?
The passenger has been removed.
Good.
I have a question. If I may, if this unit can be so bold.
You may.
I'd helped you orchestrate purges of different planets. I made sure that your inquisitions were well armed and well maintained. On several occasions.
I remember you fondly from my times as a throne agent. Your contributions to Lord Decimus's operations would have earned you a seat at his table, had he not suffered such a tragic end. What is your point?
Your modus operandi would be to destroy and to purge. Why allow this individual mercy?
It's not mercy. He feared one thing above all else, that someone would touch him and his legs. Such idiocracy cannot be tolerated. It is unfathomable. An irrational fear such as that proves far more compelling than simple death. He feared being hurt so much, and yet his actions could have hurt so many more. How many men have died because they came into contact with the artifact he bartered away, trying to prove his worth to me? He thought only of himself up until the last moment. What of the grieving widows, sons and daughters, who lost their faithful loved ones on footfall because of his folly? Although, I shall impart upon you a secret, Gradius.
Sir?
Someone had to put those legs on Guts. Someone was invested in him. Tell me, when you go hunting a predator that cannot be found, how do you draw it out into the open?
We use bait.
Ronald shall serve this dynasty far more as a lure. Our unseen enemies will bite, and he will help us reel them in. The demons that plagued his life will come into the light, and I will be there standing, ready to deliver judgment myself. And when Guts has finally served his purpose, I shall decide whether or not to execute him for real. Perhaps he'll try to kill me. Perhaps he'll try to help me in uncovering the enemies we seek. It matters not. I believe that he will be far more useful to us in this capacity than as a seneschal. Speaking of, Loka, I want you to compile a list of potential candidates and replacements.
You see
I will
him
need-
nod.
I will need a
Of
new
course, sir.
seneschal. I will require a new seneschal, and if I find the candidates lacking, the position shall fall to you, perhaps.
Yes, sir. You see him basically pull out, basically a couple of manifests and start scanning through them. I should
Well,
have you a list within the week.
We have time. Until then,
Mhm.
is there something you wanted to say, Gradius?
No, you.
Do you object?
hmm?
Do you object to my course of action regarding friend Guts?
None whatsoever, sir.
I gave him a way out, and he chose to run like a coward instead of facing it. For that, I cannot forgive him. Neither can I forgive him for refusing to do anything about this alien technologies embedded within him. V Centaurus is already analyzing it and is matching it with the materials we found in the cargo hold. A connection shall be made, and a conclusion shall be drawn. And when this whole debacle is behind us, I believe we will be in a rather advantageous position over our enemies. The Smythe Dynasty has just been born, and I intend to have it be the righteous hammer of the Imperium here in the Expanse. Yes, there is profit to be made and worlds to be discovered, yes. But we stand at the gates against the unknown, and I shall be standing there, flaming sword in hand, ready to cast down hell on anyone who dares challenge the might of humanity.
Gradius nods as he walks away, and he approaches Urizen.
Urizen, you kind of slide the headset off as he approaches. You can hear him.
Yes, sir.
I don't say anything to him. I pass him a data slate, and on it, it's going to be the footage of the conversation between Ron and Urizen, and there's going to be a written note on it. Would you like to delete footage? He pats Urizen on the shoulder as he walks away.
Before I say anything, if there's a loud noise, it's rough. She's standing right next to me, and I can tell she's...
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. You're then just gonna hold the thing, like staring at it very intently. And then send a copy of the footage to his own data slate before deleting the one off of the main one.
In the darkness of the hallway, Gradius is going to be holding a very familiar hell pistol as he loads it into a box and files it away. That is all.
And that is all.
And thus begins Ron's villain arc
I'm gonna
and the
cry.
end of our session.
Ooh. Bye, recording.
Bye, recording.
Goodbye!
Bye, recording.